Sounds good, Slushy. You take care. Thank you so much for stopping by. Let's see here. Hold up. There's a lot going on with this setup right now. There's an immense amount going on with this setup. I think it was as far as I go with that. Alright, let's check this first. This is a stupid thing. Oh, I need to fix the light as well. I was able to get the setup a little bit more. I was never permabanned. I have the threat of a permaban. Okay, so before we go ahead and let me actually switch over and all that here. Yeah, before we go ahead and start off here, I do want to make a few little announcements. I will not be doing any type of charity stream or anything like that. Instead, what I will advocate for people to do is, throughout my research, I have found that there's a lot of organizations that predominantly get their funding through government grants. So I would encourage you to look within your sector of where you live and contact your local government and have them look into giving grants for that. There's a few different reasons behind this, one being I just don't want a company to get the hate that I'm getting right now in any perspective way, and two, it's really hard to find an organization that doesn't just take a lot of their funds for themselves. So yeah. So, as even with my protest on Warframe, it's you do as you want to do based within the sectors of what you have the capabilities of doing. As for this being in memory of my homie Misery, that still stands as that. He was somebody that has always spoken out against all the problems in the game and all of that, so it works for me either way on that end. It's not exactly the most ideal for me. What I'm hoping is later on, once I get enough subscribers, I can do the whole YouTube thing. That's where we're at. How much storage you got because of all those footage runs? Wait, I use YouTube for a lot of things. Alright, I haven't loaded in a mission at all. It's just a fair warning on that. Is that why? There we go. This is my first mission I've loaded into, so yeah. I want you all to see the real Rust. I haven't played this game in like a month or something like that now. Oh. Come on, the door! Let me through. Oh, that looks bad. Yeah, it looks short one. Nobody likes you. We could do something with this if it's over here. Could do something with this. Could really do something with this. This right. Why you do this to me? I hate this. Yeah, of course you gotta give me a puzzle room. Yeah, I'm puzzled to begin with. Why you would just give me such a terrible room? Am I in Steel Panthe's mod density just does not. Yeah, we are. Okay. He's doing it again? I'm doing it again. I mean, this could work. Let's give it a shot. What was my key binding on that V? Yo, let's go, Sabuchi. Ham cam and a lot of carpal tunnel. This is gonna be a painful fucking run. Not 100% on this one. That's reasonable. You know what's funny is when I don't use my macros, my builds actually get better. My builds get so much better when I don't have to use macros. So much better. You may ask how? Things are less spammy. I don't have to worry about efficiency and stuff like that as much. So, yeah, it's actually easy. It's actually better builds. Yo, what's good, Suckmoot? How you doing, ma? I think I said your name correctly, did I, Helen? You did? Ah, yeah, it's straight. Thank you. Original account. I did not. I have like a month's worth of time that I still would have had to have done on that account, unfortunately. And if I want to have this rolling while PAX is happening, I have to do it on the main account. And doing, yeah, this is just gonna be the easiest way to do it. Not 100% on this room. We'll have to extract who we do, but we're gonna give it a moment to see if things adjust. And anyway, her rotations just haven't clicked yet. There's really no rotations on her. She's not a rotational frame. She's just you use what you need when you need frame. I mean, there's like maybe a tiny rotation with her default kit, but that's about it. Yeah, this room don't look kosher. Oh no, don't look kosher. I'm not extracting out of ones, by the way. I'm just not doing it. I have too many too many runs to do at the same time, or too long to sit on a run for me to bother with taking a minute or two to extract out of every run that I'm not going to be happy with. It took me 8 hours to find a room I was happy with for my world record run, so kind of take that into consideration. That was long room over there. I feel like that would be better, but I think this one might be better. We're gonna hold off on using Vault here in the beginning. What exactly am I looking for in a room? The ones next to it? More or less, yeah. I'm just looking for a room that's gonna net me in enough kills per hour to not have to use oxygen. And very comfortably so that I can make mistakes. Those are guaranteed to happen. Yeah, Bear. Yeah. Account was unsuspended today, so here we are. Yeah, Lars is going well, man. I'm just chilling. At least 3 unique spawn rooms. Situationally, yeah, I could agree on that. It depends on the tile set for me for that. That's what we hope. For making them look so bad. And not how it goes, man. Can't say I'm even making them look bad. They're doing it themselves. It's not even me. That's the sad part. That's good, Gamble. What a madman. Yeah. Yeah. Going again? Yeah. To just unban? I know, Bear. No, this is where we're at. If you didn't speak up, none of us would truly know. Not as many would know. Yeah, I agree with that. At the end of the day, I'm not afraid to throw myself under the bus for the right cause. Why did I choose the Lanka? In my personal belief, is the strongest single target weapon with mag. And because mag doesn't need AoE, because she is AoE, it makes it the strongest weapon for mag. Alright, I'm comfortable with this spot. As long as you have a good Riven for it. I mean, it's good without a Riven. You can go to level cap and anything. I don't know. You should be able to get a world record without a Riven, but Riven's just going to really help. I have a crit chance to reload negative zoom Riven on this. Is any star? Yeah, just in case. This account didn't have Redeemer on it. So I didn't feel like having to rush it, so I just went in with this. I was actually going to use Redeemer for Shattering Impact and then make a 97%, 98% armor strip build, but I just was like, I can't be bothered. This weapon's stronger than Plasmor, so I'm not really having much to worry about. And prime parts. I don't know. Oh yeah, speaking on that, the stuff that they removed from my inventory didn't even make a dent in anything. I don't even notice where they took things. Because they didn't, like, my world record run isn't in question, so... Like, they cleared that one, and they didn't remove any loot for it. They removed loot from, like, a bunch of runs that were just, like, absolute, just trash anyways. So... There was no difference made in my inventory. Yeah. I don't even notice it. There's probably, I don't know, there might be like 600 plat missing in there, but I don't fucking notice it. I don't sell things. Like, I don't really sell. Like, if I need plat, sure, I'll go and sell some things, but I don't get crazy about it. I make... I don't know, on a good month I'll make like 3,000 or 4,000 plat, but like I gotta be diligent about selling at that point. I'm just not. Like I gotta be selling at the right hours and everything. I love when I hold down the fucking 2. Worst feature out of mag. Whoever made that, I don't know, you don't play the game. Should've just made that trash and augment. That was good, Nova. Alright, there's a few things I wanted to test here. You better be on stay, sir. What are you doing? No. Hold position. Oh yeah, oh that's working. Oh, 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 look, it's working. Oh god, this game is so hard. Oh my god. Oh, this game is so hard. I need macros. Ugh, fuck. Oh, this game's so hard. I need macros to play. Oh, I need to do something. Hold on. Hold on. They can't kill him. Hold on. Would you die, sir? Sir, I need you, sir. Alright, thank you. Oh god, this game is so hard. Oh, I need macros. Oh, you gotta die, sir. Let me put a bubble on you. Oh, come here. Oh, look at him. Oh, he was a little too much. Oh, we gotta do a little something there. Oh, God. Don't want an AFK farm? I know. Hold on. Oh, wait, hold on. Movement. You know what? Movement. There we go. There's movement. Is that better? I don't know. I just, oh God. I had to throw Zenny Star. Oh shit. Oh God. Oh, oxygen. Oh, I can't breathe. I gotta keep myself over 70% O2. Otherwise, an old man can't breathe well. Oh God, this is a difficult game, Sonny. Back in my day, we had to actually breathe in this game. What are you doing? 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 Oh God, this game is so difficult. Oh, look, it's all dead. I can't believe this is the game we play, and people just come at me. Yeah. I don't, just... There we go. I just not... Oh God, this is a difficult game. Oh, boom. Boom. We're gonna find a no man's land right here. Is this considered a dangerous spot? I don't know, is this dangerous? Is this a dangerous area? Should I not stand here? I don't know though. Hiya. Absolutely difficult game. By the way, one of the oldest frames in the game. Ever play FF14? Yeah, I just couldn't get into it because of the community. Just, I don't know, a little too Care Bear for me. I know it says, I know I'm playing Warframe and I say that, but... I don't know. I feel like Warframe has more normal people on it than that does. Where'd you go? Like, I got... Some guy kept going AFK in the group. Like, this is what made me quit. Some guy kept going AFK in a group and he didn't say anything the whole time. And he wouldn't put anybody on follow. And it was getting annoying because, like, in the dungeon, you needed everybody around in the proximity of the area in order to continue. Like, I don't mind if you go AFK, but, like, at least put somebody on follow and such, and, like, let them know that you have them on follow and everything, and just let the group know so I know how to pull, you know? Like, I'm 1 DPS short. Alright, cool. I know what to do now. That's fine. Like, we all have lives. They happen. I'm not gonna blame you for that. But... At least let me know. And, like, the whole group got mad at me. And, like, then a bunch of people just, like, everybody in groups stopped talking to me and started leaving groups on me and everything. And I just got fed up with it. I was like, how the hell did I just get blacklisted out of one bad group? So I just kind of quit the game. I thought it was valid. Just let me know you're going AFK and let the person who you put on follow know that you have them on follow so they can move slowly so that you stay on follow. I said I was sorry, Baker. That's hysterical. Oh no, those players still exist. They always come back. Yeah, yeah. Like, I have a child. Yeah, I'm fine with that. You got a child. I get it. But you can at least take the moment to say, be right back. And then, like, just say, be right back, and then at the person that you're going to be following, and we can get the idea. It's like, oh, okay, well, that person's on follow, you know? Like, okay, cool. And just make sure you don't put the tank on follow, obviously, but yeah. It's worth it, but yeah, people are still... I thought it was a fun game too, Ron. Keep hydrated, prevent headaches over long hours. Oh, definitely, man. Definitely. Where are we at here? I got this. I got that. That's caffeine, and then we got that water. Yeah. No, it wasn't up there. I'm not gonna wait around for it, man. I did that as to put on a good show for everybody, but I would never do that regularly. That actually burnt me out of cracking relics. I like don't want to crack relics anymore because of that run. I hate relics now. I hate the sight of them. I don't even want to, like... Oh, they disgust me. I cracked like 1,100 relics that run, bro. I know. Just absolutely no, man. Absolutely no. Probably because it's just for the record. It ain't even... This is for the record to DE, to leave me alone and let me play the game in peace. That's what record it's for. It's not even for a world record. This is for Digital Extremes Records Department. To leave me the hell alone and let me make my content. I want to make build videos. Leave me alone. It's that simple. This is my open letter to Digital Extremes non-meme edition. It's gonna take over 100 hours. Also, pause timer if you're going for high time. Yeah, it's really annoying, boss. I had about 12 hours added to my run because of the pause timer alone. So, like, that 95 hours was actually, like, over 100 hours of playtime. It was like 110 hours of playtime or something like that. It was absurd. Yeah, man, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? How's our combo looking? 3,200. Look at that combo. That's a beautiful combo. That is an absolutely beautiful combo. Can we... Thank you. Is this live or pre-recorded? Ah, what do you think? What is it? What is it? Not sponsored by Logitech, but it's used a hell of a lot. Oh, that they just got wrecked. Hit him with that body rock. Man. No, that'll be the break footage. Bolts. That'll be the break footage. We got really lucky. Second run in. Look at this. We found a room. Second run in. It only took us, what, 7 minutes? Like, 7 fucking minutes. That's a world record for me. That's a personal best right there. I'll tell you what. Personal breast. And that damn personal breast. But yeah, it's all good, bolts. I'm just having fun with it, man. I'm just having fun with it. What's the deal with the Lanka? You would have gone, not gonna lie. It's a sniper, though. Snipers are for endurance, are the strongest weapons in the game for high kill counts. Or that, when you can achieve high kill counts. Snipers are like the strongest weapon in the game. The combo multiplier on a sniper is total damage. So it's after all your stats, it's not a base damage multiplier. Lanka has innate punch through on it, and out of like, it's a projectile, so it's perfect for mag, and between the Sporothrix and the Lanka, it does a significant amount more single target damage. If you're looking for AoE, the Sporothrix is going to be much better. Significantly better, like astronomically better option. But if you're looking for really, really long form runs where you know acolytes are going to be scaling into the tens of thousands, I'd heavily recommend Lanka over anything else. But Sporothrax and Lanka are the strongest weapons for mag in a general regard. For everyday play, that's a different story. Like if we're talking like 500 and under, you know, or even like, let's say level cap and under, there's a whole different tier list for that. These are very extreme situations. Sporothrix is one of the, I think, the most enjoyable weapons that I've used with mag. But for everyday play, I wouldn't call it the best. I would say the Plasmor would probably be that, unless you have like an automatic weapon that you enjoy with her, and that's projectile. Because it's just easier to shoot automatic weapons. Yeah, the new Sporothrix augment is really nice, and if you can get a Riven for Sporothrix, it's so dirty. I have, let's see here, Sporoth. Here we go. And this is my Sporothrix Riven. Absolutely beautiful. Over 300% status, 13 times crit damage multiplier. Like, it is... Ooh. Yeah, I am. Hold on. I think this is it. No, that's not it. I have two different ones. That's my Eidolon one. Lanka... Is this it? Yeah, there it is. Pretty much for my needs, it's about as S tier as it gets. For my needs. There isn't anything better on this that I can have. Maybe multi-shot I can have on it too, but I don't know if that ruins my reload and brings me under, like, brings me over a 1 second reload. But that's about the only thing that could be added to it, would be multi-shot. That's a god roll? Yeah, man. I was really blessed. I don't often get good RNG, but when I get good RNG, it's typically for things that I actually really need, not just want. That's this game for me. If I don't need it, it's gonna be a horrible thing for me to get. But if I need it, the game's generally gonna give it to me pretty quickly. Like, I don't even think that took many rolls. What was that, like 100 rolls or something, right? No, 67, yeah, not even 100 rolls, like, it's nothing, there's nothing in there. My Zenny Star's got more fucking rolls on it. But I have, like, the stats are just good enough to work on my Zenny Star Riven, so they're good. It's initial combo range, or initial combo speed, that's all I really need. Initial combo and something. That's all that matters. I wasn't about to have to deal with Infested again. It's the same with Nullifiers. It's just a little too spammy for me. This is the least spammy that I can get. That's why I chose this. It is the least spammy out of my options. And I know it extremely well. I mean, I've spent thousands of hours sitting in this tile set. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Attack speed affects it. What's up, Aerophic? How you doing? So about your hand, does it hurt right now? It's not so much it hurts, it feels weird. Like, the muscle is so tense right now that every click I feel my whole wrist raise in the air. That's where we're at. You know, like, when you click this finger, you know the little, like, tendon you feel right here? I feel it lift my whole wrist up. That's where we're at so far. If anyone's wondering, like, how long are you looking to go before you take a break? The exact same period I did it without macros. There is a set duration of things in the game. And this is a race against time. You may ask, well, what time? What do you mean, race against time? Listen, this game ain't stable. It's okayly optimized, at best. It's gonna be a rough 100 hours to send a message. I'm not a fan of it, but it's here. Can you die? Do I have the bubble on me? No, I don't. Okay, good. Bro, what are you doing? Alright, whatever. You just do whatever you're gonna do. I'm gonna be here doing what I'm doing. I feel your pain. Yeah. How much time does it take to reach level cap? 8.5 hours. 200, pretty much 200 minutes. That would be the best way to put it. Around the 200-minute mark. Oh, I know I can. But I'm gonna be in here for a long time, and I just want to make sure I'm good on inspectors. If he becomes a problem, then I'll deal with him. But if he's not like wrecking everything for me, then he just do whatever the hell he wants. What did I said 200, what was it? Oh no, 200 minutes was 3,900. I'm sorry, shit. That's 3,900. That's when slow scaling occurs. That's when slow scaling occurs. My bad. That's when slow scaling occurs. Oh. It's been a minute. Thank you for that, man. But yeah, no, that's when slow scaling occurs. Yeah, but it's like 8.5 hours for level caps. It's slow scaling, that's 200 minutes, which what I mean is like the mobs will scale at 14 levels every minute after around that point. That's what I mean by slow scaling. You'll have a huge jump between like 100 or what is it, 175 minutes to 200, where mobs will shoot up from like level 1k to 3,900. And then, like, after that, they like, tremendously slow down on their scaling. You're guessing shot combo scaling has diminishing returns? What do you mean by diminishing returns? It has exponential scaling, in the sense of both its damage and its multiplier effect, or ability to get to the next tier. So it's diminished. If you want to consider into any regard diminishing returns, the diminishing returns would be the time it takes to get to your next combo multiplier. To hit a 12 times, we're going to need 16 million shots, I think it was, or something like that. It goes to the same representative as the old school melee multiplier in Melee 2.0. But it's a total damage multiplier. So it's not base damage. It doesn't work like primary merciless or aptitude or anything like that. It works like what would you call it? Like Matarai, more or less. I think Matarai is Matarai base damage, or is that total damage? I get roar, I guess you would consider. It works kind of like a roar, if you will. Then dying. Yeah. The highest I've gotten was a 7 times. I think I was like 91,000 in when I died or something like that. 78,000 or somewhere around there. I know Melee back in the old combat system, 91,000 was my highest. I did that on a solo Nidus run in old ODS before Steel Path came out. It was like 5 years ago now. Made Melee a joke. Melee 3.0 made Melee a joke with heavy attack. Heavy attack is just so damn strong. But yeah, I do agree. Clairvo, he kind of put melee into a whole different stratosphere with his AoE ability. Nothing really touches that. I will agree with that. It's absolutely wild how much damage you can do with it. I'll see you in a real mission again. I hear you. Or in a mission again. Yeah, I hear you there, Neon. You've hit damage cap a few times. They've made it nice and easy to hit damage cap. It used to be like a whole fucking equation to do it back in the day. More or less, but nowadays it's really easy. Which I think is good at the end of it all. This game's always been a power fantasy, and we've always been able to just destroy everything. Solo was always a bit harder to do that, but there was always ways around that. Yeah, that's the job of some frames. It's kind of like with mag. If you just take a projectile weapon with mag, you'll be able to do steel path content pretty relatively easy. You know, when you complement the frame with the correct weapon types, it's endless the possibilities that you can really do at the end of the day. Is there a worst melee? Well, this is probably going to be a melee that doesn't do as much damage as the rest, yeah. That's inevitable, but is it going to be, like, so bad that you can't even count it as viable? I highly doubt it. Given how easy it is to hit damage cap with Clairvo, yeah, highly doubt it. It's going to be one of those things where it's not the most efficient option, but it's still an option. He's messing reliably. Yeah, I could definitely see that. Mesa is perfect for accessibility. I was hoping the bubble would move. That's a spasm. Come on. Oh, is that guy with the little shield thing gonna cause an issue, huh? Look at that. Alright, got a little bit of a break there. Little shieldy boy causing issues. Did you get unbanned finally? Yeah, the 18th was when it was supposed to be up. It just took a while until the 18th. Like 3 PM my time. He just ran out there and stared at him and then ran away. Just... Bro, you're supposed to be helping me. He went out there, he was like above my pay grade. Or was that his brother? I bet it was his brother. He walked out, brother? No hurt, brother. Just ran back in. Local Florida man says, yeah. Yeah, oh, you don't know, I'm actually from Florida. I'm born and raised there. I don't live there currently, but I lived there for 22 years, roughly. Mainly from the 90s to early 2010s. Is that a Vault Spectre? Yes. What's a Florida man? Always a Florida man, and that's the truth. It's your local Florida man says, fuck you, DE. I'm doing a run. What was the first thing you did when you got out of Tenno jail, sir? I went back into the damn mission, and I went to go do some more, damn it, because they interrupted me into my damn run. I can't believe this nonsense coming up in here trying to tell me exactly where and when and how, and I can do my damn runs. I'm just wanting to do my damn thing. You want to come up in here and do all your nonsense, talking all your lib-labber. I can't even handle it no more. Let me do my run, and I'll tell you something about that. It's all based on enemies shooting and being in line of sight. If they're not in line of sight effectively, then he won't actually keep the shield up. So it takes you killing things just slow enough to make him keep the shield up, but also fast enough to keep your oxygen so that you never need to use it. It's actually particular. You'll have to... It's trial and error. I've been using it for a long time. Yeah, it's very, very particular. You can't kill things too fast, you can't kill things too slow. Boomhauer voice? I mean, I can go ahead and do a little bit. I've got a little bit of a model like that, man. We'll talk like that, something like that. I don't know. We'll find a little bit here. We're going to get that damn 2 on them, make sure that we did that damn 2, and they going to be something that they can do together. And what is up that in together, and then we can go ahead and make sure that they get shot by the damn shot like that and go back with a little punch through. I don't know, it's about the best you can get from me there. It's not straight there, but I mean, like... My southern accent comes from just having to talk with people from the south. And having to learn to understand it, so... My grandma beat that out of me there. She did not allow that. you had to speak correct around her. She'd shake you. She'd shake you otherwise. Oh man, she get real about that. Oh boy, I have her to thank for the fact that I can actually speak like a normal human being. Most understandable Westerner. Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about that too, especially if you can get the reload on point with the Xer. Like, it's a great weapon. Does a shit ton of damage, and it's multiplicative in the highest value with aptitude. So aptitude-wise, it's the best weapon in the game for the mod itself in mag. Yeah, it's unfortunate to hear there, Key. I'm glad at least there was some type of resolve that came to it, but it's unfortunate that it even had to happen in the beginning. But it's good when a company at least, like, they take the front of, like, what needs to be done to make it fixed appropriately so that it's accessible to everybody. In some regard. I don't know how well it actually fixes to the situation, but yeah. Just because I don't know much about what actually was going on with that. Some Cascade fissures later. Very nice. Oh yeah, with the new, that's right. Hopefully those are fun for y'all. Tried endurance yesterday and it was honestly fun. I'm glad you enjoyed. What type of endurance mission did you try and all that? Oh, come on. Would you just die? Oh. Oh, that felt so good. That's what I was searching for. Will you play Factorio? Sounds good. Sounds good. Survival the easiest, dude, because you just gotta nuke a lot. Yeah, I hear you there. The only reason why I don't do interception anymore is because I know of some bugs in the game that make it too easy. To the point where you don't have to kill anything. So I avoid doing it. I haven't done an interception endurance run in about 6 years. It was my first love, though. I loved doing endurance interception. Because it just felt like it taught me all the all the good fundamentals of the game, all in one. And they weren't in like an over-exaggerated facet. Like in defense, you have the node being one-shottable. In survival, you got to do a lot of kills per hour to never use oxygen and stuff like that, you know? It just provides a nice balance between the two. And like excavation, you have a lot of running around to do. Interception, you have a very mild amount of running around to do. So, everything in the game all molded into one. Just not a very minimalistic regard. I wanted to be a little bit of a pain and summon some ads. Let's go WTF. Dregon? I think it's Diagon? Diagon? Dreagon? I don't know. How you doing though? Happy unban? It's God, it's fucking hell, it's so sad that's actually real. Yeah, I'm out of 10 of lockdown. I am out of 10 of lockdown. How often do you get banned? Let's see, on this account, I have 4 suspensions on this account. I have this one here, the most recent one, but I've done a lot of quitting on this account. I have this one over here for my world record, and then these 2 right here. These were my, this is the world first recorded level cap for Steel Path, and then this is the one I did right after it. As you can see, it just goes back to the beginning of the account creation. But in total, I've gotten a suspension for at least 1 to 2 suspensions every year that I've been playing the game for 6.5 years. When you add them all up between all of my accounts and everything, it comes out to about a suspension, like 1 to 2 suspensions every year. Not a terribly large amount, but it is enough. It's enough for it to be almost like a ritual. Not quite a quarterly update, but you know. Shit. So we do a noob ban any percentage? I don't know. We'll see what happens. Hoping DE understands to leave me alone so that I can make build videos any percentage. Does that? I think that would be the best way to describe what this is. That's what this is. This is my open letter to DE. Please let me just make my build videos in peace. And let all of us endurance runners just do our shit in peace. Alright, we shouldn't have to sit here with hand cams and all of this nonsense. And you know it as well as I do, DE. This is a free-to-play fucking game. Oh, well, good luck with that, I know, right, man? You know? And at the end of the day, if it doesn't work, at least I got to go out with a bang, and now I have the world record. Well, I already do hold the world record for no macro runs, like for survival, at 27.5 hours, so I'm breaking my world record of that one, while also breaking my world record for my macro runs. You know, since people want to get so uptight about macros and everything without thinking the fact that you could just separate them and you're fine. But I mean, either way, I have the world records. So whatever you guys want to do on the separation to make yourselves feel better, yeah, I already have the world record for it. So I don't know what to say. What kind of macros were they? I used one for my shoot and my, my 2. And that was it. That was it. And near the end, I did start to use one for the 3, but it was really awkward and I wouldn't recommend it at all. It was absolutely fucking terrible. It actually, it like damn near screwed up my run more or less. So I had to manually spam it because it was more accessible. Not so much accessible, but it just actually made fucking sense. Because Logitech software is absolutely shit tier for macros, so... It's good enough to get the job done. It ain't good enough to make the job done right. That would be the easiest way to describe that. It ain't no auto hotkey scripting going on there where the shit makes a bit more sense. Morning, Dreamin'. Hope you're doing well. Ends up a crippled and announces it on social. Actually, boss, Rebecca blocked me. Pretty much with that. I mean, yeah, not really. It didn't really go through that order of events. She had blocked me before the carpal tunnel really started to sit in. It was just like remotely painful at that point. It wasn't crippling. Yeah. Thank you, glad I'm back too. I'm sure people used a rapid fire back in Melee days. Yeah, no, I know, man. People have used macros for everything. DE told me personally in support tickets that I'm allowed to use 2 mesh macros for meshing 2 actions together. And yet we're still sitting here with this. You know, that's why I say it's not an issue, like with that video that I said, it's not an issue of macros, it's an issue of having software and then going outside of your bounds of your normal play. Because then that's what it makes it look like you're botting. It's not even the macros or anything that's the problem, it's just that some people have done long runs and they've made the system go wonky, and in their head that's the relation that's, you know, one of the biggest relations needed, and it may not even be a relation needed at the end of the day. You may just even have to go over the bounds of your normal everyday play in some capacity and do that enough times and check off enough triggers in either a single run or a multitude of runs, and that'll lead to a bunch of bullshit then immediately. Yeah. We also don't even know that if at the end of the day I got player reported, because anybody who's a vet of the game knows about the player report system and how broken it is, and it doesn't work well. And if y'all remember, I did have a witch hunt on against me. So what's it for them to mass report me throughout all those runs? And yeah. Because that's how Summit got banned for his paint.net photo. like 4 years ago. That's how my homie Animan got banned right before Scarlet Spear came out, was the mass report system. A bunch of people didn't want to deal with competing against him in Scarlet Spear because he's a really good fucking player. And they mass reported him. They were opposing clans and more like that, you know, more or less. And that's where it went. And then the paint.net was because Summit came out with a meme video and people took a bunch of script code from fucking a Warframe market scraper script. and they thought it was a script for editing Riven values. So they mass reported them, and with DE not even looking into any of it, perma-banned the guy's account. He was the reason why I literally started the damn game. No, his video's still up. It's the last video he uploaded. If you type in Summit Warframe into YouTube search, you'll find his paint.net ban. It was the last video he ever uploaded on that channel. I'm just happy I at least got to tell him, personally, that, he was the reason that I started playing the game. I loved his build videos. I thought he was a god to the community. He's part of the OGs that I, in my opinion, make me look like shit on the game. How are you using this to group the enemies? What do you mean, David? It's always done to pull an effect. Yeah, it's always had a pull-in effect. She has 2 pull-in effects. Yeah, yes. It has a pull-in. It has always had a pull-in. I also used to pull loot for the whole group. I also used to pull loot for the whole group. Did the paint guy ever got unbanned? What do you mean? What paint guy? Oh no, he never got unbanned. Summit? No. Well, he had around 7k subs-ish, 6 to 7k when he got banned, and they didn't unban him. So, that's where we're sitting at. Anywhere to find the Lanka build? No, I'll be making a build video or a full loadout guide after I do the run. A, so that I'm comfortable with the build actually working, and B, so that all the little tricks and tips and all that type of stuff can actually be fully known of. I don't like just giving a build. I don't believe that you can really get a just off of anything with a build. Especially if you're a player like I am, who makes builds around loadouts. I don't make builds around builds. I make them around a single, or in the way of around for just that weapon. My builds, in a general regard, they kind of go, if you want them to work best optimally, it's a loadout build, but they can be swapped in and out of things. Because, I mean, that is Warframe at the end of the day. If you never have to go exactly to what someone's doing at the end of it. Yeah, what's good, Pugs? Merciless. I just use Merciless for everything. I don't bother with headshots. Plus the reload. Reload is priceless for consistency and DPS. Rip Paint Man? Yeah, I hear you there, man. You just started playing WoW again, didn't realize how much you missed it. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Using combat discipline. I'm always a combat discipline main. Always a combat discipline main. Whether it goes from everyday play or endurance runs, because you can make it proc some very valuable arcanes. Guardian, Grace, what's it called? Avenger. It's really nice to have. Are you using a fresh account? No, I didn't get permabanned. It was just a temp ban, man. I have a threat of a permaban. Extract when the music runs out. I'll say. I think we have a month's worth of music. So it'd be like a 270 to 300 hour run. Is what that would be. Somewhere around there. What's the goal time for this run? I don't have one. Long enough for DE to get the point. When they come into the channel and they say we get it, you can just play the game and we'll leave you endurance runners alone. I'll extract. How's that sound? So forever run? Yeah. Yep. Till we make enough noise to where they change. Survival the way God intended. Yeah, since Red blocked. You know, I mean, that's it. She's got her PR game on pat, you know, down there, you know. That's public relations right there. I mean, do you blame her? Would you want to be caught interacting with a ginger at the end of the day? I mean, what an instant way to get your social credit score just completely plummeted in China. You know what I mean? You have to interact with gingers every day. I'm sorry, Misty. That's a terrible thing. I can't believe you have to interact with my kind. Have you been... No, I haven't, bro. I'm blocked. It's not like I take the time to go and check her Twitter. I'm blocked. I don't care. Or X, whatever, you know? Like, she does whatever she wants to do with her Mommy outfits. It's just be here to make fun of it. You don't need to do it, Reb. You're okay. You're okay. It's okay. You don't need to do it. You'll be okay. The perks of being from Ireland? Oh, man. Ugh. You're so consumed in the culture that you see it as a perk. Oh, lordy. That is... I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Lord bless you. It's not a perk, it's a curse. Alright, look at that. We got the truth out. Now you're gonna have to go to re-education camp. Because they don't want to read very long EE logs. I mean, I had a 1.5 gig EE log for my world record run. Can't say I'd blame. I don't know how they even opened that. What type of computer do they use? Because, like, my computer couldn't do it. I don't have a great PC, but, like, they had to use a multi-$1,000 computer in order to read my EE log. That much I know. That shit was... One of the people in the art department got pushed off their computer for a day. That's what I know. Hey, we're gonna need to use the $5,000 PC to read an EE log. It's a text file. Why do you need my PC to read a text file? It's a 1.5 gig. Oh. Well, that's a nice text file. Maybe that's why they banned me. They cleared that run as legit, probably because they didn't want to read it. And then they apologized that they couldn't do anything further. That was for my 2-week suspension that I got originally. O2 suffering a little here. O2 suffering a little here. See if we can't bounce it back. Wow. Where's the O2? Rebecca heard me talking about her, and then she just cut my O2 drops off. My oxygen just got cut off. I talked about the Dannymae-Mod outfits. You know? Space Mom angry? Yeah. It's all good. I'm used to being a disappointment to my parents at the end of the day. Gotta be the black sheep. Gotta be the different one, you know what I mean? If you ain't different. You ain't doing it right. Oh man, this O2 is not looking... Why are they all spawning from the left side? Have you noticed that? Look, or the right. They're all spawning from the right and nobody's spawning from any other direction. That's the problem we're engaging right now. Why did the spawn split like that? Why are they doing that? I never went in that direction though. So why would they split like this? Completely erratic? Unstable mess of a game. Oh, they're starting to even back out. They're starting to even back. Oh, yeah, look at that. Alright, it's a little better. What are we doing here? 9,300 at 70 minutes in? That's not terrible. Is that 8,000 an hour? Somewhere around there? About 8,000 an hour. What happens if I zoom? We did big zoom. Music sounds like 7 Days to Die soundtrack, but zombies are planting flowers. Hell yeah. That's not okay, Baker. I have a whole channel of people that care about me. I don't know. Y'all care about a ginger? I'm sorry. Damn. Fooled y'all. We got no souls to care about, baby. No souls to care about, baby. Nah, thank y'all. Thank y'all, whatever. Why do sometimes in survival the Eximus drop oxygen? Do you know, or is it just me? They generally should drop oxygen every single time. To be honest, they should drop oxygen every single time, and they should drop, like, it'll probably be more rare that you get 2 drops out of each one, but that does happen fairly frequently too. But yeah, Eximuses have a really high chance of dropping a loot, so if you're in more of a single target build, it's always best to focus on Eximuses first as fast as possible. Was assuming, but they completely stopped dropping O2. Oh, that's kind of weird. I don't know, I haven't played in a month, man. There's been an update, so they may have changed some stuff. It wasn't usually like that. Oh, well, yeah, no, there is, at a certain point, there's gonna be an overall lack of oxygen that takes place, like, every, like, roughly every 40-ish minutes. Somewhere around there. Every, like, 40 to 60 minutes for, like, 20 minutes, there'll be a drop in overall loot that you get. Not even just oxygen, just your loot in general will feel kind of scarce. What do you mean, Zombine? Thanks for answering, though. No problem. Down again for being a ginger? It's funny. If you can't make fun of yourself, what can you really make fun of in this world, man? Bye. Can't make fun of yourself. What can you make a fun of? Did you get unbanned? Yeah, today. A basically new player. What are your goals in the game? There's so many different end games and end goals to this game, and approaches to getting things done, and the priorities that you personally want to have things done. You know, there's no basic advice for anybody. There's advice depending on how you want to play the game and what your end goal of the game is looking like, so that it can help you achieve to whatever end game you're looking to position yourself into with. Thank you, TC. Oh yeah, it's because I started the stream at 0+ hours into the mission. I'll edit that little thing as I go on break, essentially. Ow. I just punched my mic. That was fun. I just really want to be able to play all content on Steel Path until you really understand the depth of the game. Focus on finishing your main quest line first, and then after that, focus on selling prime parts and such like that to get plat together as fast as possible, while also making a side effort, a pretty good size effort or side effort on getting your focus schools together. Your focus schools, like Muck was saying, they're very valuable, and they're gonna give you a lot of extra utility and quality of life. I would heavily recommend Zeneric as your focus school to go with, as it's just, no matter what, it's a situation, it's a focus school that's going to benefit you. It's never going to hurt you. It may slow efficiency in some situations, but it's never going to hinder you to the point to where it's like unusable to do it in any situation. You'll have your, you know, like there's going to be more, what are they called? More efficient means of focus, or more efficient focus goals to use for whatever you're looking to do, but it's just a nice overall. And take the plat that you get from selling prime junk and stuff like that, and get your mods and your arcanes together that you need. Because once you have your mods and arcanes, then you'll actually be able to utilize all the weapons that you see around that you want to get to their fullest extent. Until you get those mods, it really doesn't matter too much that you got a weapon or a warframe or anything like that. So as long as you have, I would say, Vault, Mag, Necros, and possibly Rhino, you won't need any other warframe in the game for any content whatsoever. And then that's where you can kind of focus off with that. And then you can use Kuva and Tenet weapons to kind of just make you be a little bit more comfortable in the game. But there's phenomenal weapons out of the dojo and marketplace at the end of the day that you don't really have to worry about. Corrupt mods, galvanized mods, and there are any must-haves that you would recommend? That's a good question. Blood Rush and Weeping Wounds for melee. Definitely a must. Augur mods are a really good set to get together. These are generalized uses. At the end of the day, you won't find them used everywhere, but they're just nice to have. Anyone else got any recommendations? Primed, yes, and Prime mods, of course, too. Prime mods, just do like rank 8 out of 10. You don't need to worry about 10 out of 10 on Prime mods. Just any of your 10 rank mods that you get, any of your 10 rank mods, just do 8 out of 10 on them. You'll be fine. Builds might be slightly awkward, but they're completely workable, and they'll generally save you at least one forma. But if you're not looking to do level cap, don't even stress about it. You don't need no max rank. All good, Nay. All good. Not an endurance mounter by any means. What's the reason behind corrosive over viral? Are you not stripping? Acolytes aren't affected by viral in solo play, so you actually lose damage against acolytes, and it's better to have not have full armor stripping. And as for normal mobs, they don't matter. Just slash, they'll die. Also, as far as I know, I haven't tested it out recently, but fracturing crush crashes the game if you use it too frequently in an endurance mission. There's a perma stun bug on it because of the new stun feature they added on the augment, and it creates a enemy queue that can't be caught up on, and once you hit around 35 to 40 mobs in that queue. In that queue, it crashes the game. So I opted out of using that. I would rather be using fracturing crush and stuff like that, but I wouldn't be doing full strip builds either, though. I would have done my 99.7% armor strip build, and then I would have had the corrosive armor strip on, or armor reduction on top of it to give him like 0.1% armor. And then I would have been able to take advantage of the corrosive weakness that acolytes have. It's like 75% extra damage. So it would essentially have 0 armor while having the highest damage multiplier affected on them. That was an end goal there, but that never came to fruition because of a bug. Is a musket motto? Yeah, and Hunter's Munitions too. Actually, yes, and Hunter's Munitions. Get yourself some Hunter's Munitions and crit mods. Yeah. The best thing I can recommend for you to do would be go on to Warframe or overframe.gg, the Warframe builder website, more or less. And what you'll do there is you can just look over the S tier weapons and compare mods and stuff like that, S tier frames and everything. Compare mods, see which ones are commonly used between those, and focus on those first. And then outside of that, you can start going for the more specific mods that you're having to go for, or that you want to go for your whatever build you may be looking to do. Just avoid the moon 85 belts. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. I don't ever use it, but it's just a good general thing to tell a new player. I make all my own builds and test and all that, so I go through all the pain with my builds to figure everything out. But yeah, I'm sure there's some terrible builds on there. I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. He's on the road to getting banned again. Well, I mean, what about me? What about me? How many times have I restarted? Actually, we didn't even have to. It was 2. We did 1 reset, and this is our 2nd time in, and we were good. I was amazed. This was like a world record for me for finding a room. It took me 8 hours to find my world record room. I was actually expecting that. I was like, alright, well, day 1's looking for room. Day 1 is looking for room. That's usually how it is for me. Yeah, I know, man. The fucking RNG, it was loaded up on my account from not playing for a while. How am I holding up? It's okay. Looks a little swollen, but we're doing alright. I don't know if I can even see a difference there. Hands look like shit, though. That's all I know. We good, though. We good. I've been avoiding using my mouse and keyboard at pretty much all cost for like the past 3 to 4 days. So that's been nice. I was really smart. I was like, there's no way in hell. I ain't looking to destroy my hands. I'm just looking to get a point across. Whenever I need to rest my hands a little bit, all I gotta do is just kind of toss that out. And I'm kind of good for the most part. I just rest for a moment. A vertical ergo mice? What do you mean by vertical ergo? Are you talking the ones that more sit like this with all the side buttons, or the one with the wheel? Or the ball wheel on the side? Yeah, which one? The first one or second one? Oh, I love when I run out of ammo. Yeah, there we go. Oh, instead of flat. I have tried them. They feel weird. They feel really weird. I couldn't get used to that at all. I couldn't get used to that at all. I stay with the G502 because it's the most comfortable of mice for me. It fits my hand really well. But yeah, those ones just feel really weird. I don't know. Like, I don't like the ergonomical mice, or the keyboards even, that have the slants on them. They're really uncomfortable for me. I don't mind a curve in my mouse. Whoopsie. I don't mind, like, a curve in my mouse. But, like, outside of that, like, I'm not really a big fan. Like, that's the most I'll go when it comes to things. I don't, Base Logitech user. You feel the... Yeah, yeah. Yeah, G5... I've been using a G502 now for over a decade. I have actually, in my spare parts computer bin, I still have the very first model of G502 to come out. I've been using Logitech since 1995? 96? I don't know. Like, honestly, I've been using them forever. And maybe like 99, actually, to be fully realistic. I think it was 99 when my parents first started getting Logitech. I remember it was a big old fat gray mouse for the first one that we got for that. I used Microsoft stuff for a little bit too, when they had that really nice ergonomical keyboard and mouse, wireless keyboard and mouse setup in the early 2000s. I can't remember, it was like the Wireless Pro or whatever. It had a nice like wave in it, and had like a bottom wrist guard area too, or wrist rest area and all that. I used that forever. Forever. I used it until I was forced to replace it because the delay had gotten so bad that I just couldn't use it for gaming anymore. Far over a decade now too. I had to replace mine. It was double clicking too hard. I have the first generation. This is the second generation, and then this is their latest generation. There's like minor differences between all of them. Like the newest generation now, the little wheel right here is no longer made of steel, so it's a little bit easier to down click on it. It's made of like a really thin aluminum or plastic or something, or like hard poly plastic. I've never even heard of the MX or whatever that is. Also, my next question would be, well, how much are those particular products? My mouse was only 40 bucks. If we're talking in the hundreds of dollars here, that goes a bit out of my cost effectiveness. Yeah, I don't blame you, Bomb. I feel like the only controller mutant in here. No, you got another controller user in there. At least one of my kind is here. Will I ever drop the mag build? Yeah, when I'm done with the run. If I actually, when I get to the points that I want to in my builds, where I'm comfortable with what I wanted to do with them being achieved, then I don't have an issue releasing them. No, just 12 times, but it takes 16 million hits to get there. So that's where the fun part comes in. Get used to keyboard and mouse, you can't switch back, I don't blame you. What's up, Hyro? What's your muscle memory? Yeah, I get you. Yeah, I hear you, Bomb. Some games are better for others than different hardware than others. It's really up to the player. Me, like with racing games, if it's not a wheel, I'm using a keyboard and a mouse because I'm not as comfortable with controllers. Controllers really hurt my hand. Like keyboard and mouse hurts my hand, but controller does it so much worse. So much worse. Just like the having to hold it like that, like it destroys my hands. It's not comfortable to me. There, like with this, my hands are mainly just laying down onto the keyboard. I do have a bit of a claw grip on everything, but for the most part, everything's just kind of in a really relaxed position. Like my fingers are never really, I don't tense them up or anything like that. They just how they lie naturally. With a wheel, I've seen someone play Warframe with the wheel before. It was an awkward experience to watch. But I did see it. I've seen it. That happened many years ago. It was like 6 years ago that happened, 5 years ago. I remember that live stream on Twitch. Razor Death Adder Mice. I hear a lot of good things about those, WTF. No. This is well before Goss even came out. Years and years before that even came out. This is before Steel Path even came out. I think he was doing an Eidolon. I think that's what it was. If I remember correctly, he was doing an Eidolon. Missed opportunity? Yeah. Yeah, I could see that, yeah. It's surprising that it actually runs in the Switch in any capacity. Oh, my wrist is starting to hurt. Oh, fuck. Oh, boy. Oh. Alright. It's just... You got under 20 minutes left, man. Come on, just shut the fuck up. Under 20 fucking minutes left. That's a lot of oxygen. Holy shit. That's beautiful. At least that's happening. Yeah, can't get too mad at the end of the day there when you see a layout. Our loading times. There is less mob density on Switch than there is on other platforms, and there's less mob density on Xbox and PlayStation than there is on PC. Those are the biggest problems when you get to other platforms, is mob density actually starts to reduce. So, like, it actually becomes harder to do some endurance runs and everything because of that. Like, it becomes harder to do, what's it called, survival on an astronomical level, and same with excavation. Excavation becomes a lot longer. Even on the new gen? Yeah. You ever thought about the looting baker? What do you mean? Oh, the looting? Oh, for all the resources and everything? Is that what you're saying? Not my problem. DE needs to get a better system. Not my problem. DE needs to get a better system. That's my response to any of this. Not my problem. DE needs to get a better system. Not my problem. DE needs to listen to customer complaints and customer proof. Not my problem. DE needs to get better. Not my problem. That's it. $100 million plus company. Not my problem. You get better. Not me. That's simple. $100 million plus company. Multi-years running. Year-over-year revenue. I don't want to hear it. You get better, not me. You get better at me getting better at the game, and that's just how it goes. You got a problem with that? That's not my problem. Not my problem. Which is knockoff keyboard? What do you mean? No, now I'm actually confused there. What do you mean, knockoff keyboard? Now, I thought you meant it's very noticeable. What do you mean? It's a rapid trigger thing? I have no clue what you're talking about, though, man. I don't know what a very noticeable thing is. Because you said looting? I thought you meant with this. This looting. All the loot being sucked to me at one time? That's what I said. Is that what you're referring to? I'm kind of confused here on what you're... You went on another tangent? I've never even heard the terminology looting. That's an interesting terminology. I don't remember that. Knockoff keyboard called... Oh, it's a brand? Oh, it's a brand of keyboard. Oh, okay. Okay. Interesting brand name. The Wooting is a keyboard that allows for fast attenuation, so even with soft clicks. Oh, does it have a really sensitive down rate? Is that what's going on? Or, like, can you just hold down and it goes? Is, like, the sensitive really, like, type deal, like, really, really sensitive, so you just barely tap it and it actually repeats? Or... That's interesting. Oh, that was bad angle. Magnetic switches so you can do things like analog movement. Oh. Interesting. That's wild. So you get a little bit more precise movement on your WASD, which is the one thing that kind of gets lost. Oh, interesting. Huh. So it's kind of like the little button we used to have, like in between like the W and the A back in the day or whatever. That you could just, you'd be able to like move around there and that would be a mouse thing. Yeah, oh shit, that's cool. Yeah, the rapid trigger is insanely noticeable change. Oh, okay. Okay. No, I mean, there's monitors out nowadays that even tell you where enemies are located in particular games. You know what I mean? Like, we got MSI with a whole lineup of keyboards that, or monitors that tell you like where enemies are running at you in League of Legends. A game that makes hundreds of millions of dollars a year in the pro scene, and we have monitors that do that. Being advertised in pro play. And being used in pro play. Mind blowing. Unless they checked that was kind of like a form of wall hacks, but I don't know, what do I know? I don't hear people up in arms about that. I don't know, here we are. So why wouldn't I use Nataruk? It's not as strong. And I don't like to blind myself or crash my game. So pretty much there's 1,000 reasons on why I wouldn't use it, and there's only one reason why I would use it, and that's because it does decent damage. But there's like a million reasons why to never use that bow. Shit will crash your PC later on in the run. I call it the sun. That's what I call that bow. That bow is the sun when you use it with mag. It's just... It's so fucking bright, even if you have all your settings turned down. Like, oh my god, it's so cancer. It's the best weapon for mag, in my particular situation that I'm going for. Did I see Paris Incarnate? Yeah. Yeah. Just... It's ridiculous with some of the visual effects in this game. Soto is the same, and it's dumb and shit. Really? That's really interesting. So you can actually access audio files and how they're actually projected into the game for your shots and everything. So it doesn't sound like they're too rapid fire. Is that what you're saying? That's fucking weird. Jesus Christ. That is insanity. Yeah. That is absolute insanity. How are we getting that serious? How are we getting that serious? My god. Just accept the fact that you suck at a game. Just accept the fact that you suck at a game. I mean, god damn. Oh. Got a Warframe cinematic universe, like a cartoon anime or something, that probably wouldn't be bad at all, Kobe. That actually wouldn't be bad at all. The Warframe does a phenomenal job on their art department. What I hope to see out of Warframe one day is them selling their game engine and their ability to make cutscenes and all that. That's what I want to see out of Warframe one day. Like Digital Extremes as a whole, I want them to be able to sell their engine. To make shit tons of money off of selling it. Because they have a very good, unique engine if they can iron everything out and make it run pretty well. They have $1 million engine at the end of the day, in my opinion. They're trying to get it caught up really quickly to where the rest of the standards are in the industry, and it does cause a lot of performance problems, so they're in a very awkward stage because they're trying to catch up with things like Unreal Tournament and all that, or Unreal Engine and Unity and everything, so Yeah, switches shoulder cam. Why do I need to do that when I'm... Well, no, mine's switched around, and I don't remember what I did with that. That's my waypoint. But I don't really need to swap over shoulder cams. I'm good. I would inflict. I would commit several war crimes for Warframe. Jesus. Days of Warframe, didn't they do something like that already now? I don't know if they did or not. You thought I got permaban? No, I got temp banned with a threat of a permaban. There's never a permaban. People just like to not completely listen to what I say in my videos, and then they spread misinformation to everybody else. So then what we get at the end of the pipeline is Baker's permanently banned for a world record run when my world record run was cleared as legit. And I'm being suspended for going out, or I got suspended for going outside of the bounds of what my everyday play was, which made me look like a bot. But what it devolved down to was Baker got banned for a world record run. I couldn't stop the spread of the people saying that, so I just let it go. I was like, whatever, y'all think what you want to think, I don't care. I'll try to explain it in videos, and nobody will probably get it anyways. I was correct, nobody got it anyways. No matter how soon I'd put it into a video, no matter how late I'd put it in, no matter how much shock value I could add behind it, like, no, none, it did not go through in people's heads. It was Baker got banned for world record. And permabanned. Oh, God. It's fun. Nice to see me though. Yeah, yeah. We just got the account back up today, so I'm on the OG account. On the world record account. My alt account got unsuspended too, but I have like a month and a half of grinding before I can attempt anything with that account. So I don't want to actually take the time to do that, because if I'm to be fair, PAX is coming up soon, and I would rather have this run and well into swing of gear by the time PAX comes out. Not working my way to the run, because that's what I'll be doing otherwise. I gotta be smart. This is the build that I was using when I did that 4-hour run that I showed y'all in one of my videos with the in the Corpus mission with Lanka. This is the same build. The only difference is I have less efficiency because I don't need it because I'm not using my macro. So my build's actually stronger without macros. It's one thing I couldn't explain to people without actually having, like, showing what I'm talking about. That's why I never mentioned it in any of my videos. But yeah, my builds get hindered because of my macros. Because it spams so inefficiently, it forces me to build differently than how I would like to fully build without macros. My builds gain an astronomical amount more power if I don't have to worry about my macros. Extremely, a lot stronger. Which is why when I talked about, you know, things being more efficient and stronger with the Warframe mobile version and its auto functions, yeah, that's what I meant. Is that, you know, if you have any brain about some things in macros, you can understand that sometimes actually a macro can hinder your ability to play correctly. But people that don't use macros don't understand that, because they don't use any macros at all. They don't use anything. They just like to speak on it like they know what they're talking about. Kind of depressing in my subjective opinion, but, you know, this is where we're at in the world. Everybody's got a soapbox. Some of them don't deserve to be there, but they still got that box. I don't know why Trippa. I don't know why she blocked me. Happy I'm still going with the game? Yeah. Oh, man. I'm here for homies that have been banned. I'm here for myself trying to earn a living. There's too many things that I'm fighting for at this point to warrant giving up in the fight. Until I have a 2035 at the least. You mean Mag? She's great. Yeah, she is beautiful. You haven't heard about my current status in a bit? I hear you. I've been uploading a fair bit of videos, so if you do want to catch up with any of that, you can look through all those videos that I uploaded. I've done around 7 uploads this month. 7, 8 uploads. Just this month alone. I essentially did so many uploads that I wanted to get annoying to the Warframing community, so that, like, there was no doubt that people wouldn't know about this run coming up. Y'all make yeah. A lot of people say, like, you've gone too far, you shouldn't be doing all this. Listen, I'm doing everything for a reason. I'm not sitting there trying to senselessly bitch. I am strategically making sure that my name keeps getting talked about. And as I have evidence, I show things. It worked. People got sick of me. I lost subscribers, I posted so much. It made up for it really quick within under an hour, but whatever. You know? Yeah. I wasn't about to let any momentum of this die, any of this fight that I'm doing. I'm trying to fight for change in this game. It's gonna take being annoying. Anyone that doesn't understand that, then you haven't fought for change in anything in your life. It's about being annoying, but respectfully annoying. It's very important. If you don't do that, I don't know, there's something wrong with you. Like, I've had old endurance runners that were like, I've been dealing with this for over a decade and it'll never change. And then I click on their channel and there's no content. And I'm like, well, why do you think it's never going to change? You didn't even attempt to make it a video on it. You didn't even attempt. Like, I see so many people in my comment section tell me about all the past trials and tribulations that they've dealt with DE support. And I always check out their channel to see if they've posted anything on it, because I would like to read about it. And I find nothing constantly. And it's like, well, what do you expect to happen when nobody wants to, you guys don't even want to make any type of fuss about it. Like, I don't care if it gets no views. Eventually, the collective balance of people putting out these videos will get enough views together. That's what people don't realize. The Sudi for banning you for something that they said is allowed, right? No, in their terms of service, they actually are allowed to ban me for any particular reason they find suit. I'm not gonna go into too much detail about lawsuits and stuff like that. I'm not really permitted to, I'll just put it that way. I'm gonna go ahead and take a break here. When I come back, because it's been 2 hours already, we're going to go ahead and keep rocking out this. In the meantime, I will bring up some of my older footage. Why is my host PC dying? There we go, okay. Alright, give me a moment here. Let me minus that out. Switch scenes, there we go. Okay. I'll be back here in an hour, y'all. And when I come back, we'll continue. We'll get another 2 hours done. But I need to go rest my hands. Them bitches on fire right now. And I'm very happy I was able to get 2 hours done. As long as we can keep up on that pace and only rest for... Why is this PC running so slow? I'm trying to change the time here, but this thing is just fucking running like an ancient... You gotta head off for a snooze. Thank you. Take care, Bomb. Thank you so much for stopping by. You gotta sleep. Sounds good, man. Thank you for stopping by, homie. You already know we stream for a while, so we'll be seeing a good amount more of this. Why can't I change my time? There we go. Okay. What time is it here? We'll be back at, we'll just say 10:15 Eastern Standard. That sounds good. Alright. Be sure to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Give the video a thumbs up. Check out the description down below for links to my workout and motivational quote channel. My girlfriend's link tree with all of her social medias. If you've been enjoying the music, there's a link for the relax movement down there as well. So definitely be sure to check out the description down below while I am AFK. And I'll see you all when I come back for the break. And as always, I cannot thank you enough for those of you that do stay around and have stayed around. Yeah, I'm getting better at it. I used to be able to do it immensely faster, but I've been getting myself into getting back into it. I used to do that about 3 times faster. So
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Alright, everybody, I am back. I do want to thank y'all that did stay around for the break. How you doing, Jerry? Alright, let me... I wasn't permabanned. I was suspended until the 18th today. I tried to tell everybody that in my videos, but the point didn't get across, so I kind of just gave up on it. It's, realistically, it's like, I am not even entertaining that anymore. It's whatever people want to think at this point. Also still a dumbass band. Oh, yeah. You know, we're here to prove. That's the only reason why I'm doing this run with no fucking macros and hand cam is... Oh, shit. There we go. Okay, I do need that. There we are. Okay. My bad. I have to get used to doing that. With a hand cam and everything like that. Is because, I'm just here to prove it to DE. Not a fan of this. Especially when, in theory, I actually hold the world record for a no macro run at 27.5 hours that I set 5 years ago. Especially when I am actually the current world record. I'm just breaking my own world record. Because if we theoretically, which we don't separate them. I don't believe in separating them either. I was competing against people with macros with no macro. I didn't care. It's whatever. It's because I understood how simple they were and everything. Or understand it. So. Is this about the 90-hour run? No, that run was cleared as legit. This is about me changing up my everyday play. That's why I was suspended for 2 months, is because I changed up my everyday play. Usually after a long run, I would kind of just chill. And not do really like back-to-back endurance runs. But I had switched over to doing build guides, so I was just trying to get content out. And then I decided to go for my world record because I wanted to find out where acolytes were going, so I did the Octavia run. And then, well, the trigger of all triggers hit there. Yeah, that's actually why I had a 2-month suspension. My world record run was legit. It ended in them telling me that they were sorry that they couldn't do anything else for me. Which I know is a standard response, but at the same time, it's a response that you get when there is a legitimate, like, false flag. They're like, oh, okay, well, we're sorry about that, because, like, I have very vast changes in responses. There was no, like, with the 2-month suspension, it ended, like, that was, like, I had a permaban for my next run, is what they said. If we detect anything like what we detected before, we are going to issue a permaban. That's what this is about. I also did want to see where acolytes went. At the top, you go into your settings and then type in health bars, and you'll see health bar over the top of enemies, and toggle it off, and it'll put it up. It'll put it up on the top, and whatever mob you're hovering over, that's the mob's health that'll be present. Acolytes still show up as a big bar, you know, that are independent of everything, but yeah. And your account was banned. I mean, you could have gotten your account hacked, even. I would say put in a support ticket about it and see what's up. That's all I can really say, man. Sometimes they'll work with you on things, and sometimes they won't. It's very hit or miss. And if you just keep getting what feels like automated responses, don't be afraid to be a little persistent. You know, as long as you can have proof of things and all that, you know, and everything. And one of the biggest things is if you haven't changed locations since you last played the game and you have the same IP address, more or less, or you're playing from, like, you know, the same internet provider, in the same, like, area or the same unit you were living in. I say unit because it could be an apartment, a house, or whatever. They should be able to correlate the last login dates and the most frequent, like the ticket attempt, you know, and be able to help you in that regard. It wasn't that far further than I am now. Understandable. You know, they saved a lot from the grind from back then, so you can get it done a lot faster. I did MR10, the main storyline done, and Steel Path unlocked clearing into Mars in under 30 login days. So, yeah. Yeah. No, I get you there. I just didn't know if you wanted, like, if you had any goodies or anything like that from back in those days. How long ago was that? Oh, a while ago. There wasn't a date on that. Okay. This is also full solo. Yeah, it is. It's just a Vault Spectre. As you can see right there, how it hovers over 303. It's definitely not a player, but a 303. And you can see it's not the enemy level, because enemy level is 490. So, 303. I think around about 17, but into Steel Path. Very nice, very nice. Jeez. You actually progressed faster than I did. Did you do it all solo? Or did you play with others? I did all mine solo, so that could be why you progressed a little bit quicker than I did. It's impressive regardless, though. Solo? Impressive. Good job. Very good job. Do you have the main storyline done? Or did you just, like, rush unlock Steel Path? I wouldn't blame me if you did. It's a good way for material farming, which you're gonna need inevitably. Very nice. It was a free to play. Or did you buy some things? A fucking course. Not bad. Not bad. I know that feeling. This account here is free to play. I haven't spent a dime on this account. I haven't spent money since my first suspension that I got 5.5 years ago. And that was back on my account that I deleted. So, it has been a very long time. In March 29, I haven't finished. I actually haven't unlocked all of Steel Path either, so don't worry. I unlocked the nodes that I wanted, and then that was it. And I'm MR20 right now, but I also have the world record. So, yeah. Yeah. Oh, if you're all wondering, you know, like if I crash or something like that, are you going to go back in? Yes. We are going to make sure that the run gets reported to DE. In the sense of that they receive the information that the run was completed. So even if I crash, I'll just come back in here. Any of y'all are wondering. That's the reality of that. We will be right back in here. If any of you are around for my Sporothrix testing, you understand what I mean. I didn't even flinch at the fact that an 8-hour run I crashed on. Didn't even flinch about it. Was just right back in. 3 hours in? I'm not 3 hours in. I still have 50 minutes for that. I'm 2 hours, 10 minutes in. We just got done resting them, so they're a bit better. I also rubbed some CBD lotion on them. So, waiting for that to kick in and everything. They're not too bad. I mean, they could be better. They could be a lot better right now. But, you know, on a good note, we're at a 26,000 combo. So that's cool. Back? Yeah. It's an hour break, and then I'm back. Hour break, and then we back. I'm gonna see, I think I have a timer for one of the overlays. I'm gonna see if I can't do something with that instead. So that there will actually be a timer there, not just a random time there that y'all had to have to go to Google every time to translate. I did come back a little early, to be fair, too. I think I came back like 5 minutes early. What have I done to Lanka? No, this is Lanka. Lanka's an extremely strong weapon. People just sleep on it. But I will have a full loadout video, of course, when I am done with the run. When I am satisfied with as far as I want to go, and I feel there's satisfactory to my build, to what I want to release as content for it, then I'll be okay. You may ask, like, how far is that, Baker? I don't know. There's no way to ever tell. You just kind of got to go with it. At some point, it'll be like, yeah, everything is coming together. And then at some point after that, you'll be like, wow, this definitely worked. Cool. I'm content. But I gotta keep going. And then there's, you know, the point of, oh, okay, well, this is where it stops. This is where it stops. Oh boy, does it stop. You don't have Vault Prime? No, I don't think I do. I don't think I do. The only reason why I have Mag Prime is Subsume, because I subsumed the normal one, and I didn't feel like farming the other one. And like Mag's price is essentially the same price. So I was like, I'll just get the Prime at that point. At least it's more MR, because I already had the MR for the regular one. So I was like, well, I mean, if I'm gonna get Mag again, I might as well just get the Prime version so I get a little more MR out of it. But it's never required for any of the builds that I post out. It's there'd be a very rare chance that this one would even require Prime. It's maybe with the energy, but I mean, we're going into the literal land of it starting to fall, like the literal land of it falling off. And looking like the end of like my Plasma War run at that point. I don't know. I don't like that's. I don't think it's realistic to look at somebody and be like, yeah, that's. That's what it's. That's the fall off. Because we're not even zoomed in all the way right now. We won't have to zoom in for a very, very long time. We'll have to start zooming in once we get acolytes to scale a bit higher. Going through the star chart. I'm glad I'm providing some type of entertainment for that. Oh yeah, Plasmar is what I have for my current world record run. But it fell off at around, like, I would say the realistic point at which I would say, like, the game became unreasonable was probably about, I don't know why the hell I just used a bubble on him and all that. I didn't need to ensnare or anything. I don't know why I just wasted actions. It was probably around like 70-ish hours. That's when it really started to fall off extremely heavily, and it just like, from there the play just became more and more unreasonable to even call that like worth going for. Because Acolyte scaling just got absurd. After like 10,000, they were a different breed. A different breed. And like every 1,000 levels, like they would just scale more and more on like their overall like, unreasonableness. That's why I kind of wish I was able to bring something to like reduce their armor a bit easier. But unfortunately, I don't have that luxury. Actually. Why don't I have that luxury? We're gonna come back in. I'm gonna... You know what? Yeah, we're gonna do that. Here, I'll show you all the stats here. I probably should extract here with this. This is a decent amount of loot. Might as well send a trigger over to DE to get their attention, right? Let's get their attention. I'm gonna throw Shattering Impact on my melee weapon. And no, you're not gonna get to see the rest of the build. If I have to make changes, you'll get to see some builds here and there. But those are the only times. But yeah, we're gonna make a little change here. We're gonna put Shattering Impact on my melee weapon. And the reason why we're gonna do that is because if they start to really scale unreasonably, I'll at least be able to melee them and knock down their armor a bit. I actually just thought about that. We could just do that with Zenny Star anyways. Just throw out the disc so we don't even have the elements attached to it. It makes sense. I think it just gets their attention because it's me. Most of my runs that are actually in question are between 2 and 6 hours, or 2 and 7 hours. On my 2-month suspension with a perma ban coming up after. I was like chaotic. Oh yeah, I have to open all those. I'll do that after the run. Shattering. Yeah, that's good. Anyone curious on the Riven? Actually, let's put some rolls on this. Status chance initial combo. Let's see what we can get. Let's just put like 2, let's put like 5 rolls into it. We'll put 5 rolls into it. There's 2. Three. Four. I like initial combo way too much. It's a requirement for me. Okay, that's all we got. I'll put armor stripping later on. I have it at 100% though. I don't want 100% armor strip though. If I hadn't put all the points into it, then I would, but because it gives 100%, I don't want it. It becomes a debuff for me at that point. That's because Acolytes are, they have the highest vulnerability they have is what's it called? Is corrosive at plus 75%. And because they don't get affected by viral on solo. Okay. And because they don't, get affected by viral and solo, corrosive becomes the best element. If they got affected by viral and solo, that would be a different story. But they don't. Is this recap footage? No, I'm playing right now. What? No. I gotta reset actually the edit over here, the title. Let me go 0+ here. I left. I wanted to try something there. We'll go until first Acolyte, and I just want to see if I can full strip the Acolyte. That's all. If I can full strip the Acolyte, then we'll be in good business. I don't need to full strip it, but at least gives me confirmation that the armor reduction's working. You know what I mean? Because I already one-shot them, so it's impossible to know in that regard. So the only way to know is to hit them enough times to strip their armor completely. We'll hold off using any specters, so until we have the confirmation of that. And then if we don't have that as confirmation, or we don't receive that, which we shouldn't have an issue with this. Especially with all the status chance on it. This is a beautiful, beautiful room. My lord, game. How do you get some motivation to do it and not get mad bored? It's therapy for me, for my PTSD and my bipolar. And it's also a nice little way to push my brain mentally. With all the brain damage that I do have, it actually has really helped me over the years recover from it immensely. Like if you go back and look at my very first upload that I did on here, on this channel, you'll see how much slower that I talk compared to now at the end of it all. Oh, that's not what I wanted. It's not like a massive improvement at the end of the day, but it's enough to be reasonable. Or enough to be notable, I should say. But yeah. Endless missions in general are just like that for me. What happened? I have had a lot of seizures. If you want more details on that, in the description below is my fitness channel, and there's a video called Why I Started, and that goes into more detail, including CT scans. Yeah. I don't like to bother the people that have already heard the story and stuff like that, so I made sure when I came back this time to content creation that I had some video frame of reference for people on that. Because it's one of the reasons why even when I used macros, I would take a break every 2 hours. It was the predominant reason. That's why I'm disabled, so my frequency needed a breaks is the main thing there. I can't find an employer that's willing to deal with that, which I don't blame them. I'm gonna sit there and bitch about that. I wouldn't want to employ me either if I was someone paying people to work for me. It's a lot of effort. It's a lot of just unreasonableness to have to figure out exactly how to fit somebody in that can work for 15 hours, 16 hours, but they need a break every 2 hours. But at the end of their total shift, they can total 15 to 16 hours. So even if you need them working 20 hours there, and then just however long I sleep, you know, and then wake up and come back, I can do it. We're good. We're good. Yeah. It might not go through, Lars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, it works. We got confirmation. I think we need more attack speed on that, though. I felt a little raunchy. I feel a little raunchy. Like that took a while. How many hits was that, by the way? Anyone remember how many hits that was? Was that 7? Was that 8? That was 8 hits, correct? I know my math was pretty much correct on that. I think that was 7 hits. We can always just keep testing. We're good though. Cool. A little awkward, but you know what? The combination of me being able to rest my hands and also getting that is so much better. It's worth the awkwardness because I can rest my hands. Oh, ho, ho, that was a good little spasm. But yeah. 5 hits. It was only 5? Oh, because of my status chance. Oh, yeah, you're right with the bonk status. You're right. So only 5, so I only need to do 4 hits. Okay, we're not. We'll learn that as we go through with this here in the beginning. That's not bad at all. Because what this allows me to do is this. I can rest my hands for a moment. This isn't like a full-time thing. A lot of Eximus units are going to get ignored and they'll come running through. But this at least gives me a moment to rest my hands without having to pause the game. Which is why I generally use macros, because I usually, when I actually do use macros, my hand doesn't leave the mouse the whole time. Except for when I need to stretch my hands. Because of Eximus units, I have to make sure that they don't come hauling ass through and all that. And I have to be aiming directly at them sometimes and all that, because they get missed by all the damage. Which is very frequently happening. As you even saw with the playback, I died to an ancient. I was sitting there resting my hands for a moment, and then bam, ancient. Because when I was doing those 5-minute clips, I would take that clip and then take my hour break. So that was me right before taking my break every time. Like, my hands were just like, yeah, I need a little bit of a rest here and there. Yeah, I have carpal tunnel Raynaud's, and I've been shot. And I've been shot in my elbow, and then I fell on a 6-inch knife, so yeah. The macros for all video and my fitness channel, why I started, if you watch those two in combination, that gives you a pretty good idea of everything going on with me. There's things I really didn't want to talk about, but since I had a witch hunt taken on me, I felt the need to actually figured might as well. I'm not ashamed of my past at the end of the day. I'm not ashamed where I'm from in the slightest bit. It's what made me who I am today, so can't be ashamed of that. But yeah. Because you started to develop carpal tunnel, I don't blame you, Con. I played World of Warcraft from the time of its original beta. And then I switched over to this game afterwards. And then I also played Diablo 3. And then I also played COD Zombies. So, yeah, I've done a number on my hands. I'm turning 33 this year as well. I love Diablo 3, so I wish they were more loose on their stance for macros, because they made a game that requires you to use them. Like, their scaling in their game is so obnoxious, you don't have a choice but to use macros, in my opinion, when you get to high level play. I definitely see they tone that down a lot in 4, which is good to say, but yeah. Okay, I'm not a fan of this. Where's things coming in from? They're all getting cluttered up at the door up there. We have to come. Oh, this isn't open over here. Okay, well, we're like 10 minutes in. I would love this room, but the problem, I want everybody to know, this is actually something of, you should always know this when it comes to this room. Hold on. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, 5. Okay. Good looks. Good looks. Good looks. Okay. So down here, there's this room right here. Mobs will spawn down here, and then they get stuck down here, because when they go to approach this, you see how high the ledge is? They can't climb up that ledge. As you can see, the Warframe can just barely jump up, and we're a lot more agile than anything in this game. So that becomes a problem why this room is not a good room to camp in. It's one of my favorite rooms, though. I got 15,000 kills per hour in this room. Like with the Saren build, the one that was one of the ones that was in question, it was sitting in this room here. I was sitting in that exact spot right here. And essentially all it is mobs come flowing in. And this is like you see where my O2 is at. We'll even show you here how crazy this like kills per hour get in this spot. As long as you can control everything down there, as you can see, it's already going up. It's already going up. We're already reversing the damage, or reversing the damage from the bad spot there. And we really just kind of started on it. It's a great spot. Absolutely phenomenal spot. You just have to be able to deal with that. With Saren, it was a bit easier, up until about like level 5k or so. After that, it wasn't, like, because her spores fall off because they cap out at 100k, which is relatively annoying. I had a macro, but I used Probano Cernos. Absolutely loved it. It was such a fun run. Before the ammo nerf. I don't think we're gonna find anything. We'll give this a good old shot here. See if we can't find a room. We'll scour the ends of this map. Give it a fair shot. I don't like just dismissing a map sometimes. I like searching around. Not really sometimes, all the time. Not really my thing. That Ancient almost slapped me in the face. Yeah, that already back up to 82%. This room is always phenomenal, but for mag, generally, you want this room here to be some type of cutoff room. Any type of cutoff room usually works well, but the more of a hallway type deal, the better. Yeah. Mainly because it allows mobs to tunnel in a little bit more. If you don't have them at like a hallway type deal, they tend to spread out a little bit more. Where are we at here for spots? There we go. There you get automatically for doing long runs, attempting a long run. It's not so much an automatic thing, it's from what I can, this is not like, I don't have access to their backend, so like what I think isn't foolproof, but from what I've noticed over the years is that things are just based off of your average play on your account, and if you go over it, yeah, we're done with this one. If you go over it by a certain amount, then you're gonna enforce, like a trigger will be enforced on you. That's what I've noticed overall. Because I have a 35.5-hour run that's actually never been in question, and it was November of last year that I did it. 35.5 hours. With mag, and Archiplasmor. The only difference was I didn't have a one reload mod. So, you know, system is kind of in a weird spot because of all that. It doesn't really make sense. It does make sense, but it doesn't make sense, because I think with a system like that, it works, and it can work very well if under one condition. They are willing to look at player evidence. If they're not willing to look at player evidence, then that system falls apart. But it's actually a very good metric at the end of the day. It detects anomalies within your account, and if you go too far past and you trigger too many things, you will draw scrutiny because it makes sense. How did you get so good so fast? I completely understand that, but you have to be willing to listen to the player and the proof that they can provide. And it's up to the player to provide the proof. You know, and what that may look like for proof, that's up to DE on what type of standards they want to set for that. But that's something they have to do. If they set the standard saying you need these things, then we at least know what we need to bring to the table. Because is it understandable that long runs can draw scrutiny for one reason or another? Yes, completely. But what matters is what you do afterwards. And at what point does the player stop receiving those and they're proven to be okay within the bounds of what they're currently doing? You know, these are all things that are important, not so much for us to fully know, but to understand, to at least have an understanding that that's built into the game in some facet. And as long as we know that, then we can operate effectively. We know that what we're doing is at our own risk, and if we're going to do it, we need to make sure we have the appropriate evidence so that we can clear ourselves and be okay, and they're going to be okay with listening to it. Yeah, I can't tell you the amount at which you want to progress every run to guarantee nothing. But yes, if you take your time and over the years of you playing, you slowly work yourself up, you know, let's say like that, like let's, you know, be drastic about it. You slowly work yourself up to getting to that run, you know, like you'll be more or less in an okay position, but you're still going to have a good chance of drawing scrutiny. Because there's just so many variables that can go into detecting on, if you're using account statistics, there's too many things that could go wrong within that to create a false trigger. So you'll still want to cover yourself in some facet. From what I can tell, if you talk to DE, what they're gonna, I hate that we actually just saw the room there. From what I could tell, if you actually talk to DE about it, they'll just tell you don't use some type of software, you know, that doesn't like interact with the meshing of the game or something like that, or Autobot for you and everything. But yeah, that's about the most you'll get out of them. So it's just take your time, enjoy yourself, don't try and like go absolutely apeshit, and you'll be generally in an okay spot. And just make sure you provide whatever evidence you feel that you would want to have if you were a customer service representative and you were receiving the case and you were clearing this person. Well, what to you would be a good thing to bring to the table to help, you know, you be comfortable clearing the run? And then that's the, you know, what you have to do at the end of the day, and that's it. You know, do it within reason of what your capability is for technology, of course, you know. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know what to say with that, man. I didn't uninstall my G Hub, to be fair. Like, I don't have any macros running on it. Like, here, hold on. I don't have any macros running on it. Where is this thing here? Logitech G Hub. There we go. I don't have any macros running on the thing right now, but we do have it installed. do have it installed. I'm not running my stuff without it. Are you absolutely insane? I paid for this. A free-to-play game is not going to tell me what software to install and not install when it's for my actual hardware to fully work appropriately. Like, it's not that it needs the macros, it's just the firmware on it isn't great, and that's because they don't bother doing that, because it's easier to put it into the software. Like, I saw Warframe getting. Alright, let's go find something here to get this O2 back up. I like this. Kind of change the spawns a bit. I hope we didn't go too far. I really like that room. Oh man, I like the room though. Can we do it? Come on, Baker. Come on, Baker. Why donations disabled? I have dealt with a lot of hate, so I have all community support turned off. Unfortunately, I just run ads. I don't want to have to deal with trolls trying to do chargebacks on my accounts and stuff like that. Because YouTube didn't guarantee me on anything with that, on protecting me, so I was like, well, I don't have a choice then but to turn everything off. I had also gotten, like, I had PayPal as well donations that were coming from, like, unverified PayPals and stuff, and that just doesn't make me feel comfortable. So... oh, where was the room? Was it this way? Yeah, it was this way. Yeah, over here. Okay, this could be a good room. There we go. Deal with it then. They make enough money to where even if it happens, it doesn't matter. Because it can throw your YouTube account into the negative. The chargeback happens before they or after they pay you. That's what YouTube explained to me. Also, with big YouTubers, they'll have a lot more people that are willing to give money and be legit about it than hate. So... when people know you have you have enough money to have a lawyer for every situation, let's put it that way, for every situation that may occur, then people tend to treat you a little bit different there. I don't have for every single situation, but yeah. Is this fucking work? I don't know why I'm not on the other side here. I know, almost 4K. Almost 4K. 53% there. I mean, you know, if DE leaves me alone after this, I'll probably turn them back on. To be honest, like, if DE gets off my back and they're willing to be like, alright, we see you're legit, and they can... we can clearly have it shown to the community there. Like, I won't have an issue doing it, but until I know fully, like, I'm not gonna have to deal with stuff. I'm just nervous to do it. The difference is, man, you say small streamer, but the small streamer hasn't set a world record that ended up drawing controversy across the entire gaming space within that game. Love and controversy. You know what I mean, man? That's the difference there that we gotta look at. It's not that I'm a small streamer, it's what I did in the course of streaming. Between just my videos alone, I have like 200,000 views from my world record run to the drama of the world record run. It's a lot of views for my channel size. Especially in Warframe. Not many... You have to have a fair bit larger community there to do that within like 10 videos, essentially. Not even 10. Actually, it was 9 videos. Say 9 to 11. We'll just be fair. Just to prove you're legit. Because Christopher, what's being in question right now is my everyday play that happened afterwards. They're essentially telling me I can't make my build videos, which is why I'm streaming the content and I make the build videos. That's my world record run was already counted as legit and everything. That was never drawn into question with the 2-month suspension. That was a 2-week suspension. They apologized they couldn't do anything because any suspension that's 2 weeks and under, they aren't apparently able to take off the suspension. Anything over that, they're able to, if they so want to. If you look at my video, that was the warning to all players, the new guidelines given by DE for my world record run. That goes into detail about that whole thing. I go into more detail about my suspension and all the runs that I got suspended with. Yeah, I know. There's no way you can't remove a suspension. It's impossible. I know. But that's the responses we get, unfortunately. Yeah, it is nothing but mixed info. So, I'm sitting here with the hand cam to break my own world record that I did with a macro, which I'd rather not do, in order to prove to DE that I am not a bot, and leave me alone and all of us endurance runners alone, and give us a line of what proof do we need to bring you to clear us. Because it's obvious that you can't tell the difference. And you need help. in some facet, because the anti-cheat system, although it would be workable and it can get the job done, it only gets the job done if player feedback is also put into play for the overall consideration of the outcome. If it's not, it's a system that will fall apart every single time. What do you mean there, Lars? Yeah, there's about a million different reasons why I got banned in people's eyes. Depending on when you looked at my content or stopped looking at my content would depend on what your excuse was. Because DE has changed their answer on why they've given me my 3-month suspension 3 different times now. At one point, it looked like it was because they couldn't separate the difference between pause and unpause. At another point, it looked like it was because I was standing still for so long. And then finally, it ended with I was botting. This is all for the 2-month suspension, mind you. In the matter of a week and a half. They would just keep changing their answer every fucking time. So I have like a million different reasons on, like, the reason why is because we don't know why. They just gave me a bunch of fucking answers. And then just like, and they were all different. Like, I didn't know what to do. Other streamers do to level 10k all the time. Well, I mean, Marco, yeah, I know. I mean, I did 500 rounds of solo Zinni back in the day, and I never even got a trigger. This was 6 years ago I did it. I never got a trigger with that. 500 rounds of solo interception. You would think that would draw a trigger. That did not draw a trigger. I also didn't macro that, but my first 2 suspensions were no macros as well. So 21.5 hours and 27.5 hours. Yeah, I did it with Frost and Atarax back in Spin to Win days. So I was spinning. Let's see if I can still just spin the same facet like I used to. This thing's a little too slow for me. A little too slow for me to do that. As you can see, though, there's some muscle memory still there. There's some muscle memory. Has 2 anti-cheats, though? What 2 anti-cheats does it have? I don't know, I've never heard them make a post about them having 2 different anti-cheats. They've never even exposed that they only use 1 anti-cheat. They've never said how many they use. So what is this other anti-cheat? That's called a player statistic and looking at anomalies. That's the same thing. Oh, they usually make this many credits in a mission and per hour and all that, and now it's not adding up, it's all over the place. Kind of like Profit Taker getting released and all the suspensions that happened with that. Before that, Index was the staple credit farm, and then like Profit Taker and Exploiter Orb absolutely massacred Index and credits per hour if you got good at it. Which then caused them to have issues with the system. Because those were well-known things, to the point to where Rebecca even said that it was a mistake and to put in tickets with DE and they would, or with support, and they would take care of it. They actually made real like statements about that the suspensions were a mistake and all that. because the credit farming had gotten so ridiculous. But all that is a statistic on the account. You're not telling me what the second anti-cheat is, though. You're not telling me, like, what does it look for? What does this thing do? Because there's no kernel level with Warframe. Warframe doesn't have kernel level anti-cheat, nor should it ever. There's no competitive league behind it. There's no purpose for a kernel level anti-cheat in Warframe. But then, because they don't have a kernel level anti-cheat, they need to heavily look at player evidence and make it clear exactly what evidence a player needs to bring to the table in order to be able to increase the likelihood of getting cleared. Because I'm not going to say, like, you know, like, you're going to be immediately cleared 100% if you bring X proof, and any fucking cheater could just do that and they'll be fine. It's, you know, them taking the time to do some diligent review and everything. I used to do a lot of spin to win with Neza, so I know what you mean there, Zeely. I know exactly what you mean there. I don't know if this spot's gonna work, everybody. It seemed to be okay, but I'm not really comfy here. We'll give it an hour and see. I only see you guys coming from 2 areas, though. From back. I don't know why they're not spawning out of here. It would be like there's no purpose for them not to be. I'm gonna extract. They're not spawning out of that section. It's really getting frustrating. We spent 18 minutes in here. We gave this map a real chance. We gave it a real chance. See, this is the problem. When you think of something to do while you're already in a good room, you could just screw yourself, possibly. What is this? You know, I mean, possible to work? We could possibly make this work? I'm not really 100. I'm just gonna leave and come back. I'm not really sure. This could work, though. It's a fairly annoying room, but it can work. Riot's had kernel level anti-cheat. What do you mean? Riot's had that for a long time. I mean, Rainbow Six has kernel level anti-cheat. League doesn't? Really? It uses Vanguard, yeah. Vanguard's a kernel level anti-cheat. They've always used Vanguard. What do you mean? Yes, they do. Only one region? Brazil? No. I remember having to deal with their anti-cheat when I downloaded the game years ago. Many years ago. Rainbow Six does. They do. They do. Helldivers 2 does. Rainbow Six does. Valorant does. Call of Duty. Pretty much every big game does at the end of the day. I don't understand too much why Helldivers 2 does. I don't really feel that game has a... Oh, yeah, unless they're planning for an esports at some point. I mean, I'm not gonna... this could work. I'm not gonna question somebody's willingness and drive to get her done. You know what I mean? So, I guess this could work. Not the biggest fan here, but we'll try. I don't usually like this room for this one here. And that's mainly due to the fact that they, as you can see, they just got stuck all the way back there. And it just creates an awkward situation. I don't think this room's gonna work. You see all the loot's back here and everything. It's just, it's a horrible experience. That's what I mean. Like, it's not always like even just find a hallway and you win. No, sometimes that hallway will screw you. Oh, this is shut off here. I like it to be open a bit, just like in that small little segment room, because it allows me the ability for line of sight. Which is just extremely important. When you're at level cap, or anything over like 1200 and their accuracy starts getting really high. I don't think we can really... Is there anything else in existence here? I mean, I guess we could try this room, but we're already at 30% O2. I think we just come back. No, that just means that's how they issue their ban to do account bans. Do you think that with an anti-cheat system you can only ban one way, and that's the only way they choose to? Why would a free-to-play game hardware ban when they could just account ban, make you make a new account and respend money? I just... I mean, come on. Bro, they don't have kernel? Okay. Alright. Alright. I guess you know from sources that none of the internet knows from. I did. Didn't you see me type? Didn't you see me type? You're telling me to Google it when you literally just saw me type, bro. What? I googled if League of Legends uses a kernel level anti-cheat. I shouldn't have to look up anything else. Why look up anything else outside of the most logical question that can be answered? You ask the direct question you're looking the answer for. And they use Vanguard. Okay. You're arguing with the very thing then that you told me to use. I just want to say that right there. Okay, so it was recent. Okay, well I stand corrected on that front. So you were correct on that they didn't have it. I could have sworn I did. I could have sworn when I launched the game I saw Vanguard years and years ago, but that's fine. It was like 6 years, 7 years ago when I actually last played League. That's understandable. So I stand corrected on that front. You were correct there, but according to Google now, and apparently very recent, yeah, it has been done. So that was kind of an awkward moment there, where you weren't as up to date with the info, but you were correct at one time with it, in very recent time. Okay, if it's just one region, I don't know. like I said, I recall seeing Vanguard even years ago, but that's just me. That's just me. You already repeated that, man. I already just stated what I stated there, bro. So you can relax, bro, okay? We get it. You're okay. You won. Do you feel accomplished? Do you feel like you drove it home enough? Do you need to repeat it one more time? I don't know. Maybe 5th time's a charm for you? I don't know, bro. 6th time? I googled it, bro. And as I said, from what I last recall, they used it. Okay? I last recall doesn't state that it's true. That's from my last recalled memory. Alright? Which is a statement of saying it can be wrong. Alright? And then I looked it up on Google, and then this is what it said. I said it was from Google. Alright? So you calling me false information there, bro, when I already said I'm wrong on that front, but I looked it up here and saw this. I don't understand you, bro. You're once again, the very source you tell me to look up, you're stating is wrong. You once again, you just fall back to it, bro. Why are you telling me that the very source to look up for information is wrong constantly? Why do you keep falling back to this, bro? Alright, just relax, okay? Calm down. Calm down. You're getting your bridges in a bunch. You need to, like, calm yourself. Okay? We've gotten the point across. And I've stated what I've stated. If you want, you can go play this back and keep listening to it until you understand it. But that's all I'm saying on the subject, bro. At a certain point, I've said all I can say, and it's up to you to understand that, and you can play it back if you want. I'm not gonna sit here and try to beat my head into making you understand what I'm saying. It's not worth my time, bro. My life doesn't revolve around appeasing you. Thank God. I'd already be dead at this point. You only stopped typing after I said something, so chill. Chill. Alright? It's that simple. Warframe has support employees. They don't have support employees. They outsource to Zendesk, and then they do have a select few that help upon special cases with request. They do have staff members that do help with tickets, but it's not like that's their only, like, all they ever do is actually open up the ticket directory and like help the most mundane of tickets. They help tickets that need to be escalated and such. Usually when you see a CC, those CCs are direct staff members, and they're generally just overlooking the case and you won't ever talk to them. It's very rare that you'll actually talk to them. It's going well, Gear. How you doing? We're on our 4th reset right now because I had a few ideas in the middle of my first run, almost at 3 hours in. So that's kind of where we're at right now. Good to hear, man. Good to hear. It's like anti-cheat malware. It only stops amateurs, encourage professionals to make better stuff. I won't disagree with you there, but there's really no other option at the end of the day. We do have to have a semi-fair experience. What I think should actually happen, because we know we can't stop it, just encourage the cheaters to queue into lobbies against other cheaters. Have a little thing that you can check off saying, I am using cheats. And you only queue with people that have that check off. If you're found not doing that, you get the whole book thrown at you. IP ban, hardware ban, account ban, like everything under the earth gets banned that they can possibly ban on you. To make it as hard as it possible for you to come back. You know, but that's it. That's it. Of course, you know, allow the fact that there maybe could be a bug and you get accidentally queued into a normal match and you don't realize it. That can always happen. So there's always a, you know, once again, listening to player feedback. But yeah, like that's what should honestly happen. There shouldn't be anything drawn down upon cheating. They should just have their own field to go play in. Go have fun. You ain't hurting nobody if you're just queuing against other cheaters and y'all are just laughing and letting the hacks go absolutely wild on each other. Who the hell are you hurting at that point? Come on. Who the hell are you honestly hurting? Oh, you're getting a skin faster. You know, let them have their own little factory in Heyday. It's about money. That's the best way to encourage more money, though. You give them their own playground. But yeah, no, I get you. They have to spend more money on buying new accounts and everything like that at the end of the day. And it's about preserving some type of image that just doesn't even make sense. They also don't want to encourage back-end access to their like systems. So it is a security thing. Because generally, to make cheats, you are using something to back-end, like to back-end receive, which can lead into, you know, a lot of other malicious play. Yeah. So that's why it's a gray area on that front. But, like, I think if they actually made, you know, servers for cheaters and everything, and they made it a legitimate business front, I don't think we would have those issues, because then they could start taking people to court, you know, because they could make these legitimate businesses for people to just, you know, this is how the gaming industry is. We have so many cheaters at the end of the day, we might as well just give them their own place to have fun. You know, like, to me, that's what would make the most sense. And it doesn't really matter what it's about on, like, why it's happening. What matters is we're just talking about, you know, generalized resolutions. As to causation of things, it doesn't really matter too much, I would say, because it's not like we're going to fix anything here. We're sitting here playing Warframe. We're lucky if we get anything fixed on Warframe. If we're talking about competitive shooters, I don't think we're on the right platform to be talking about change on that. You know what I mean? I mean, it's one of those realities. But yeah, no, we're just generalized talking. So don't ever take these types of situations, like a lot of conversations at the end of the day, we're just people talking on the internet, you know. Unless it's pertaining to like Warframe, I don't think our opinions too much matter. Outside of the sector, if you will. And I say our as in mine as well, of course. So, is the Bolter good? I've always enjoyed the Bolter. I haven't played with the Incarnate version, but it looks like it's a lot of fun. But even like the old Bolter Prime back in the day, like I enjoyed using that many years ago as a everyday weapon. But I won't disagree that money is the causation of all problems in the gaming industry. There's undeniable proof of that money is the root of pretty much every problem in the gaming industry. So you're nowhere near wrong there, homie. You spot on the money though, man. Everything, if you funnel it down to its very core, yeah, exactly, man. If you run it down to its very core, it's money. Is money, is money, is money. Responded to Rainbow saying 90% is thrills saying it's about money. Oh, you're okay, never mind. It's not a conversation about me there. Y'all have fun with your conversation. I can tell it's not being disrespectful at the end of the day. As long as y'all aren't disrespectful, feel free to always disagree with each other. Just be respectful to each other, that's all I ask. You get more learning in this world by being okay with disagreeing with somebody and having a polite conversation than you'll ever get talking with somebody that already agrees with your point of view. So, keep your conversations respectful and disagree all you want. You know, if at the end of the day, if Scoober didn't disagree with me, I wouldn't have been corrected on my statement that it was adopted a lot earlier. So, and where it was adopted and all of that type of stuff. But you also have to understand at some point there's a point where you agree to disagree. Not that I'm saying I deal with this, but there are definitely a million different fucking subjects where shit gets too personal, such as computer repair and all that type of stuff. Oh boy. Start talking computers and all that, and builds and Warframe, what you should be using, we'd be here for fucking 85 hours talking about one mod. Which, I mean, I guess it's content, but I think we could have a better productive use of our time. Alright, let me catch up on chat right quick. Make anti-cheat and 1,000 people pay you per month for it. I mean, yeah, like I said, it's not wrong with it becoming a business as long as there's mid-appropriate room for it, yeah. But they're not using the cheat to make money. Oh, never mind, okay, there. We're just gonna bypass that one. Who made 10k on a COD cheat? I can see that. I can see that. Don't ever let age be a determining factor on looking at somebody's intelligence capabilities. Let me tell you that much right now. At those younger age, their minds are actually far more malleable to learning things than ours are at our older age. So, if he was raised around it correctly, that an individual of that old can make a fucking killing online and never have to worry about anything for the rest of their life. I started gaming at like 9 to 10 years old, so... And he keeps it up as a profession on what he's doing on learning coding and all of that, and he's probably end up working for the fucking FBI at one time, set for the rest of his life. Like, I'm looking for him, like, oh bro, we need you. It's a greed. Yeah, we can definitely narrow it down to greed. And tell us something that's happened funny in my life as of recent. Nothing really. I've been overstressing trying to get ready for this run and getting heavily disappointed at looking at charities and stuff like that, and just resolving to make this in memory of my homeboy Misery, who passed away about a month and a half ago now, and I always loved how he never was shy about speaking about what's wrong with the game, so that's where the run has come about to us. If you want more details on that, you can look at the very beginning of the stream, and I go into detail about that. Very beginning as in, like, the starting student comes off and everything. I go into full detail on that. But yeah, there hasn't been anything really funny. We've had a pretty serious time around here lately, with my whole livelihood in jeopardy. I do not want to be back on disability. I really fucking don't. More hyperlink? I don't know who hyperlink is, to be honest. You realize that when your 10-year-old little bro stomped you in COD? Oh man, yeah. 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 Yeah, you realize we were only bad when we were kids because gaming was still new. These kids are being raised into a community that's already been gaming for decades now. Like, the gaming that we're used to doing today, decades. You know what I mean? That's, if you look at the gaming, like, back, if you're like a 90s child and an 80s child and stuff like that, the gaming that was already in existence before was far different than what the gaming became when we were growing up. Like how it slowly became over, especially once the 90s hit. Especially once the 90s hit, that shit went absolutely crazy once the 90s hit. It was a whole different field. You were playing some Tetris 2D games and Crash Bandicoot? Hell yeah, man. Yeah, exactly, bro. Yeah, yeah. Oh god, the old classic Crash Bandicoot is so fucking good. You have the old original PlayStation. Oh, yeah. I mean, like my very first-person shooter. I was like 12 years old, but we're talking like Doom. You know, like I did get the first COD when it came out. Like, I still have the hard disk copies for COD United Offensive and all that type of stuff, and Medal of Honor, Allied Assault, and the expansions for it. Battlefield 1942 as well, I played. But, I mean, everybody was kind of learning shooters at that point. We were all trash. Everybody was bad. Nobody could figure shit out. Metal Gear and Metal Gear Solid was really good. Yeah. Yeah. I wasn't the kid with the PlayStation in my neighborhood. My group of friends, I was the kid with the N64. So I only got to play like MGS on occasion whenever I would go over the house, and everybody kind of wanted to play it and take turns after dying, you know? Yeah, I was the N64 kid and eventually became the, you know, like pretty much everybody ended up getting a PC by the time we were like 12 or so because they had become pretty cheap. Talking like, you know, 2005 and such like that. Am I going to play MSG3? I don't know. Well, I'll definitely look at it and then make the determination, but I will never pre-order a game ever again. If they want to give me a developer copy or like a reviewer copy, I don't mind doing that. I'm totally down. I'm totally down for doing like reviewer copies of pretty much any game, to be fair. I'm good. As long as they give me freedom to say whatever I want to say about the game. Like, I'll do a review copy of any game they want me to. I don't mind displaying games for y'all. You know, this way, you know, you can know if you want to pick up the game or not. It's no problem for me. Like, the only reason why I didn't give Nightingale a real chance and play it for more than 2 hours was because I just can't really afford how much the game cost, and trying to, if DE doesn't go to according to plan here, you know, and get off my ass, then I gotta look at being a bit more of a variety streamer, so I couldn't quite afford the 35 or 40 bucks or whatever it was that game was to kind of try and give it a chance when I wasn't really too into it. To at least give a good video review and everything. They were more competitive. I'm always iffy. It depends on the game if I want a competitive play in it. Like a game like Warframe, I don't know if it ever really should have competitive play. Should it have challenging play? Yes, of course. But in the way of competitive play, I don't know so much about that. With everything being live service, or with pirating games, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Not that I'm saying I condone, but I don't blame you for not even caring to give the attempt anymore. if you wanted to do a try before you buy. Which, speaking on that, I think all video games should have a demo phase nowadays. Something. You know what I mean? Like some type of actual demo before, you know, not the 2 hours. I want a demo that gives me a good idea on what I'm going to encounter throughout the whole game. Because I hate games that lock behind the overall core content after 2 hours. And there's a lot of single-player games that have started doing that were once very popular genres, and I really am not a fan of it. I don't like that trend. That's very manipulative and not genuine. You should be able to make a game so good that the good content lasts forever. I don't care if the game's short. Like, people need to get over the fact that a game is short. It's not about how long the game gives you. A lot of games, it's not about how long of content you have. It's about the experience of the content while you're playing it. You don't get mad at a movie for only being 2 hours compared to a television, TV series being 20 hours. You judge it based off of the quality of the experience while you're doing it. And depending on that quality of the experience, the price per hour point, essentially, more or less, will go up or down. Because price per hour is how video games should be judged. And the higher the price per hour of it, the more it should feel like an immersive movie experience, or an experience that you're actually living. You know what I mean? Like, you really feel the emotions. You feel everything going on within there. Like, if you're paying $70 for a game for, 5, 6 hours, 7 hours of content at the most, and it's just riveting, amazing story, like, gets you going, even 3 hours, like, and you're left like, I need to play that again, you know? You get tear jerking and everything for it, that's worth it. That's worth it. You get 3 hours of gameplay, like an hour and a half, 2 hours of cinematic magic, and you have a beautiful game there. You don't need fucking 55 fucking hours in the latest Assassin's Creed or Far Cry or whatever the hell to feel like you made a good game, and then make it live service with a bunch of skin packs and all this other shit. And just senseless grinding of talent points that don't make sense, that you don't need. Next Skyrim coming in the next 30 years, hopefully. I know, man. It's like the next Half-Life. It's like the next Half-Life. We still waiting on Half-Life 3. Don't give me that they made it into a VR. That was a trailer. That was a teaser. That's what a demo should be. I don't want to hear it. Half-Life 2 is still my favorite game to ever be released, if I'm to be fair. And that's because not of like the graphics or anything. It's the graphics and it's the experience for the time in gaming and what it gave for me. Like, that was one of the few games I was immersed into. I was like, oh my god. I bought it literally for the graphics. They showed the beginning scene in an advertisement on like PC Gamer or something like that. I can't remember what website I had looked at. It was IGN, or GameSpot, or something like that, actually. One of those two. And I was just like, I was a little young kid, too, at that time. I was like, Mom, you gotta get this. I was like, look at the graphics. She was like, oh, wow, that is incredible. I was like, yeah, I want to play it. Bethesda hasn't made a good game in over a decade at this point. I haven't played many of their games, to be fair. I think Skyrim's one of the few games I've played by them. Some cyberpunk vibe here. If I wasn't so jaded by the overall experience of gaming, I would have been that way with Cyberpunk too. Cyberpunk was a cinematic magic piece, in my opinion. I enjoy watching Cyberpunk from the perspective of a no commentary gameplay. We're all like the bugs and everything and all the bullshit's kind of taken out, and you just kind of get to watch it like an amazing movie. That's where, like, oh, so good. What's good, Sci-Fi? How you doing, Mr. Florida Man? A fellow Florida man, I should say. Even fellow brethren. Are the alligators biting well? They rush release Cyberpunk because of... Yeah. Well, I mean, the investors need... One of the biggest things is investors need to realize they need to chill the fuck out and let a masterpiece take place. Movies take up to 10 years to be developed. They, you know, sometimes even 20 years to be developed. And the investors seem to be okay with that. That needs to be how the gaming industry is treated with investors as well. They need to have that confidence that it's going to be okay. The gaming industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry. If we just come out with good games, or the developers just come out with good games, everything will be fine. You just let it take your time without wasting time. You know what I mean? Like there is at a point which you are wasting time and being over particular. You know, like trying to make a 100% bug-free game. It's fucking dumb. The most popular games in history are not bug-free. You know what I mean? But making it a good playable experience that has been thoroughly tested, and you have to really go out of your way to create bugs in some facet, you know, like that's fine. Same with, special effects, particles, or art design, or, level design and all of that. There's always at a point to which you're wasting time because it's just unnecessary for that level of optimization. Even for optimization within itself, at some point you can't optimize anymore because of the limits of the engine you're dealing with. Now, just talking about games in general. And, a game doesn't, just because a game's $70 doesn't mean it needs to give you 100 to 200 hours of content. Sometimes it can give you with cinematics and gameplay included, 5 to 6 hours of content. And it can still be considered a masterpiece, and well worth the money because of like how it hits you and everything like that. So that's more or less what the current subject matter is, and just kind of gaming and where it's going in general nowadays. That is some Florida man vibe there. I don't feel comfortable with gifts. That is some Florida man vibe right there. That's a man that's been raised in the real Florida. You don't feel comfortable getting gifts randomly without your acknowledgement or like knowing of things and all this beforehand when you're a Florida man. I don't know why, we're just like that. I'm like that too, man. I'm like that too. Kind of shows you grew up in the same type of situation I grew up in. It's kind of weird. It's just like that. It's like, it's nothing against anybody. Nothing against anybody. It just feels like that. Like you're stealing gifts if you get them randomly. Okay, do you like getting them in the middle of stream or anything like that? Is that where you like getting them? So you feel like you're actually providing the service at the current particular time? Or is it just gifts in general? Because I would say, like, if you receive them while you're live, look at that as like a tip or something like that. You know, they don't have money to give you, so what they give you is items in the game. Unless it's a holiday. That's actually understandable. Save it up for holidays because of special occasions. Because it's already expected? No, I like that. No, that's reasonable, man. Not unreasonable in the slightest bit. That makes a lot of sense. That makes sense. Elden Ring is definitely not, or is not definitely worth it. I think that's really subjective at the end of the day. For me, I agree with you 100%. If I was to look at a lot of other people, millions of others, they would have a very heavy disagreement to that statement. But that's just video games for who likes the video games. You know what I mean? Because it's paying for it. Exactly, Scooper. I've had a lot of people in my comment section with my Moist Critical video be like, why would you give money to streamers? That's cringe. And I'm like, I respect their time. You must respect somebody's time. And they were like, yeah, but they're streaming, they're streamers. And I'm like, dude, you're just tipping them. You're tipping them for their time. Like a waitress or a person at a hotel that helps you with things and such. Like, you tip people for their time because you understand and value their time. There's no price to put on somebody's time. It's what you find their value and they find their value, and you hopefully can come to some median agreement behind it. You know, like that's it. There should be nothing wrong with ever giving a streamer support. It doesn't matter how big or small they are. They deserve it. They work hard at their content. If they're a big streamer, all that means is that they work their ass off. It doesn't mean that they don't deserve money. And yeah, they might be comfortable, but it doesn't mean they're not going to be able to do better things with their money. Look at Shroud. With all the extra money he's got, he's making a video game. You know what I mean? Look at even Charlie, you know, Moist Critical. The guy has made an esports team and given people a living. That's a huge thing. That's a priceless thing. That's what that man's done. That's a beautiful thing. Look at Asmongold, we created an org as well. Like, these people work their ass off and they give livings to other people, and that's a beautiful thing to say. And it's like, why wouldn't you support that? These people are creating comfortable lives for people. You're willing to spend money at McDonald's knowing that the employees are paid shit there. Why wouldn't you be willing to give to a big streamer who you know is creating good lives for individuals and not just treating them like garbage? It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing in my opinion. That's why I had no issues losing that 500. I didn't lose it. I didn't lose any of it. I gave it to a good cause. And that cause is him continuing on with his esports and stuff, because I love watching him. It's phenomenal. He's already said it's a money pit. You lose more money than you put into it. He does it for the love of it. He does it because he enjoys it. That's why I have no issue giving to it. Like, it was like, oh, it didn't work. That's fine. Whatever. It still gave it to a good cause at the end of the day. Or his random giveaway money streams. That was, you know, what was that, like $370 or something like that after YouTube's 30% cut? That's going to be used for him to be able to give to somebody that needs it, like, in a life or death situation. There's no loss for me whatsoever with that whatsoever. Like, there's nothing but good that can come from it. And that's one of the reasons why I chose him as an individual. I see where he puts his money. He puts it into good causes. And he met the criteria that I was looking for an individual to ask for help. It's like, okay, well, I mean, that's good. Awesome. I don't know if he did or didn't, though, man. I can't speak on that. He didn't say anything publicly, but that doesn't mean he didn't at least try to maybe contact DE to find out in some regard. There's only so much someone can do when their hands are tied. We don't know the background behind anything. It's like with DE. We don't know the background behind why all of this is going on, where all of it starts and stems from, and all of that. You know what I mean? So we can't exactly get mad at any single person for any single decision. It's like I said in there, we don't put food and everything on people's tables. I mean, I guess theoretically with DE we actually do, but the whales of this game that don't experience the problems that I'm dealing with put in far more money than even when I was actively putting money into the game, which was over $1,000 a year that I was putting in. But that's not even enough to pay for someone's yearly wage, so you know what I mean? I'm barely helping put food on somebody's table at that rate. He's sponsored by DE. Yeah, exactly. I figured I'd reach out and try. Like, cause even the other people that they have told me, like in my comments to reach out to, like Carnage and stuff. Carnage is sponsored by DE at one time too. So yeah, he used to be in the old Warframe partner program, if I remember correctly. Even, you know, pirate software might not be a bad option, but we don't know who funds through the whole loop of everything. I personally don't care to ask for help anymore. It's if somebody wants to help my case, they can go ahead and help my case, but I'm not going to reach out to anybody anymore. I'm going to focus on doing me and releasing my content as I do and spreading my opinion as I do. And sharing with you all the updates on what I get with all the overall situations that I deal with as I proceed to try and make this a living. You know, whether that be from DE or another company in general. I'm not going to be untransparent about my experiences with it, because if you like watching my content, it means you're going to want to do what I do in some regard, and I don't want to see you get punished for it. So I want to make sure there's full transparencies from the company, at least enough transparency from the company to allow for proper leeway for what I'm looking to present as content to be allowed to be, or to be presented comfortably. Because I don't want to give you all these endurance runs if they're just going to lead to y'all getting banned from the game. You know what I mean? Like, I want it changed, but at the end of the day, like, that's setting you guys up for to get banned, and I don't want to do that. I want this to be fixed as a system, and I want to have DE have some clear guidelines on what we can do to save ourselves, you know, and help make the job of the CSRs even easier, because the CSRs are underpaid individuals who honestly don't deserve to deal with this level of headache from having to deal with these long runs. They honestly don't deserve it in the slightest bit for how much they get paid. It's well above their pay grade. And that's why either something needs to be done to make their process easier, because this is a lot to review for somebody who's getting paid for what a general customer service representative gets paid in any part of the world. I don't care whether you're in a first world country or a third world country. CSRs are paid like shit for wherever their economic value is, where they're at. So, yeah, no, that's the reality of it. Yeah, I always make sure I kind of say what a CSR is, because I know a lot of people don't know what that is. I definitely try to make sure. I used to do customer service representative, like work and tech support and stuff like that, so I'm used to saying that. He cares about content. I don't know what he cares about. I'm not going to ever speak on that. I'm not going to assume the reason why he didn't cover it in any regard. I don't care about the reason why he didn't cover it, to be honest. It's he didn't cover it. There's a million different reasons, because I didn't hear a response, so I'm not going, just like with DE and their ever-changing list of reasons on why I got suspended. I can't put a full final determination as to why, so I just went with their answers, and that was it. You know? I don't like to make assumptions on things ever. I'm not somebody that likes to assume anything. I keep a very open mind to things, and if I have questions, I always try and get them answered in some facet. And then based off of the answers I receive, I try to figure out things from there. Well, I mean, Rebecca blocked me, and Pablo ignored me completely. So, I mean, when you think about things like that, this is further than Warframe support at that point. Pablo's a developer. He's one of the main developers in the game now, and still ignores me to this day. So... Yeah, exactly. Isn't that the damn truth right there, man? You couldn't have said it any more eloquently. You have any specters equipped though? Do you think you can, but it's going to be a little bit harder. Having the vault shield and the blocking of incoming damage is going to be a lot nicer. So what my recommendation is, if you're running mag, anytime your shield gating gets knocked and you see the proc happen, just hit your 4 immediately. Just pull 4. Get that shield back up. Make sure. You know, get that CC out, get that shield back, get that room cleared up. You know, it's just going to be a little bit more active actions per minute for you. But you'll be good to go for like 20-something hours or so with that. If you don't have any Ancient Spectre, you're going to have a little bit issues with, what's it called? With your, like, status effects on you and such. So I would probably put a recommendation into running, what's it called? Are we locked? Rolling guard, so you can clear status immunity, like statuses off yourself. Could be really beneficial at that point, but it's not 100% needed. I did like 40 hours, I did like 30 hours, the last 30 hours of my 95.5 hour run without an ancient, so. Matarai right now, but you can pretty much run anything you want. I don't know the reason why she banned me, so I can't feel disgust towards somebody that I don't know why they did what they did. I can just merely have confusion and disappointment. That's all I can have. But as for having like disgust or hate or anything like that for any of the individuals that haven't aided me in any regard like that, who I've reached out to or anything, like from customer service to actual just, you know, standalone people, I have no hate or disgust or anything for them. I just have disappointment and confusion. That's all I really have. Hate is a, hate and disgust and everything are kind of, they're reserved for doing fairly heinous things at the end of the day. And having good, and knowing what the reason behind the heinous acts are. Would you say that it's worth it if you don't have Prime? If you don't have Prime Sure-Footed and you don't feel comfortable using regular Sure-Footed with Fortitude, then sure. But realistically, if you're going under like 12 hours and under, all you need to use is regular Fortitude, the mod, and then regular Sure-Footed. It'll cost you like 15 plat on the marketplace for the 2 mods, and you'll have Prime Sure-Footed with 100% extra shield recharge. Completely, like, PSF is completely unnecessary, but if you do want to use it for that knockdown immunity, you can do that. It's just going to be a bit more active and having to pay attention, because you like to come back later on. Well, I mean, this is in total going to be a 100-hour run, so we'll be streaming over the next like it's going to be more than 100 hours, more than likely, to be honest with you. We're just going until the cows come home, but like as for today, actually, I gotta get ready for take a break here. I just gotta get ready to take a break here. I just looked how long I've been streaming. I think. Actually, hold on here. 15. Oh no. We're fine. We still got time. I still got time. Never mind. I got 15, 17 minutes. I got 17 minutes until my break. But yeah, today's stream, I don't know. I'll be streaming until I get tired, more or less. That's generally how I handle streaming in general. I just stream until I get tired. When I get tired, I go to bed. I make sure I get everything done that I need to get done before my stream so that I can just... I don't know why I just did that to him. I feel like I want to zoom one more time there. But yeah. I just kind of go. Yeah, I know, dreaming. I know. But yeah, I don't know how long I'll be streaming today for. Until I feel like stopping. There's a good chance. We've only been running for 5 hours right now, that I'll still be running whenever you may come back. Sounds good. Thank you so much for the wish of good luck. Past 5 hours a few minutes back. Yeah, we're at 5:08 right now. Yeah, we were 150 minutes into our longest run so far, and I just decided to leave because I wanted to adjust a few things. One thing, really. Then we spent like an hour tile hunt setting, or what's it called? Tile hunting? Tile set hunting? There we go. Words are hard. Words are hard. Yeah, you take care, Draymond. Thank you for stopping by. You trade items for platinum sometimes, or just collecting? I sell if I need to, because if I want to get something in the game that I don't want to farm because I don't like to farm for it, I'll just buy it that way by doing what I enjoy in the game, making enough plat, and then buying that. That's all I pretty much do. I do that, and then I'll buy boosters if I so want to. I don't go crazy with plat. If I'm like on a month where I'm really trying to make plat, I guess you can call it really trying to make plat, I'll make like 3k plat at the most. I don't go crazy with the stuff. I don't care enough. I just want to be comfortable in the game. If I want to buy a new Warframe that comes out and I don't want to do the grind, I want to be able to buy that, you know? If I gotta take a few days to do trading to buy it, then that's fine with me, but if something new is coming out and I don't want to do the farm for it, and I could just farm something else to go and buy the plat, or go and farm out the plat for it by trading and then just buy it that way, I'd rather do that. I did that with the Sporothrix augment. I bought it an hour and a half after it was released for 200 plat. Or no, that wasn't 200. I paid 80 plat for that one, actually. That's right. It was 80 plat for it. I got really lucky. And then it shot up to 200 plat after that because people started realizing it was good. What do I do for a living? I'm disabled. I'm trying to replace disability. If you want details on that, you can check between my fitness channel in the description below on the Why I Started video, and also my warning to all players thing, the new guidelines video that DE gave me. I believe that was the video. Or is it the no, it was the macros for all video, I think it was. I don't remember. One of those few videos I show off my gunshot scar and stuff like that, but yeah. To do very long turn. I actually have a video going over that, Isaac. If you look up on my channel, is endurance worth it? you'll find that. But in short, it's a nice little way to get a minor amount of things, a bunch of different things at one time, but if you focus farm anything in the game, you're going to get a significant amount more per hour, to the point to where it kind of becomes better to just go isolate yourself into those individual farms for a little bit of time and farm out those farms. I broke down my 95.5 hour Steel Path Annie Fisher that I did for a comparison, where I also had all boosters, so from the marketplace at least. I didn't have a mod drop chance booster. Besides, of course, the Steel Path one. But yeah, it's not great per hour or anything. Mainly you do this if you want to enjoy yourself, and then the plat per hour afterwards is okay. It's enough to keep you afloat. So that's about the best way to describe it. You can maximize it in certain ways, like buying Kuva and then getting lucky on rolls and stuff like that, but the Kuva and everything are all limited by weekly buys, so it's not really something that's reliable there, unless you get good at like Kuva Survival or the Disruption or something like that. You get good at those, you can make some decent living off of selling Rivens, but it's very slow trading, but when it happens, it's worth it. It can be a substitute of anything you want, Rika. I only use it to CC Acolytes to make it more comfortable. You can use any helmet you want on her. It becomes a requirement to use once you get, like, I don't know, I would say 15 to 1600 level Acolytes. It starts to become a bit of a requirement. A bit, not too much, but yeah, that would be about the point at which it kind of starts to be needed. Because lockdown isn't going to do its job. Unless, like, it depends on the helmet you're using. Sometimes, like, the slow from Gloom or something like that can do everything that you need with it. And if you're still one-shotting by that time with whatever you're using, then it doesn't matter. So Ensnare is just only there for if Acolytes are becoming an issue for you, or if you intend to go long enough to where they're going to be an issue for you no matter what. You already just fully know that. So you're just preparing yourself for the situation. That's Ensnare in its entirety. For any build that you may ever see that has Ensnare, it's only required if you feel like you're losing control of situations. That's where it becomes beneficial, because it's a phenomenal CC. Almost at an hour in here. We got 7 minutes? Yeah, we got about 7 minutes, and then we'll take our break. So we'll be able to get just over an hour in, and we're looking good on everything. I can't really complain. We're at almost 9,000 for our combo counter right now within the first hour, so that's a beautiful thing. That's only going to get higher as mobs, you know, obviously scale and become harder to kill. So that's a good first hour run right there, or a good first hour mark. Yo, what's good, Hyper? How you doing? Oh, come on. Okay, good. I wanted to make sure I didn't have the bubble on me. Do I ever hunt etalons? I used to hunt etalons until they changed 10.0 dash. I don't like the new void dash. It's just an awkward situation, so. But I hold world first recorded duo tricap, or 3x3, I should say. I say recorded because I already know, like, of some people that were legends on it. I never got first one. I think I was like 10th or 15th for that, unfortunately. But yeah, I used to do them many years ago. Many years ago. I don't so much care about them anymore. Back when, like, Planes of Etalons were the only amps we could get. That's when I did them. Like when Rubico Prime first came out, and before Rubico Prime even came out. I did my runs before Rubico Prime, most of my runs before Rubico Prime even came out. I did some afterwards, like some no Riven guides and stuff like that once Rubico Prime came out, but yeah. I remember when Rubico Prime came out and everybody was just like so excited that we didn't have to use Lanka and the travel time anymore. Which IRL been doing decent in Warframe. Hit a wall. What kind of wall you hit? There's a million different walls in this game. Fun wall, content wall, struggle wall, puzzled wall. Fun/struggle wall. Understandable there. Why do I like Mag so much? It's not that I like her so much, it's just that I haven't hit the wall. I haven't hit a point to where I feel like I can't go further with her. That's how I play frames. Like Octavia, I've many years ago I felt like I hit that skill cap because there isn't much, like, she doesn't really have a high skill ceiling. She's pretty easy to learn and she's pretty easy to master, so. But like Mag, that's a different story. This frame is a easy to learn, hard to master frame. Yeah, like Saren for me, I think Saren was about 150 to 200 hours before I felt like I was like, okay, alright, I know how to play this frame pretty damn well. Or I didn't really feel like I could go too much further. Like, I'd have to still warm up every time I played the frame, but yeah. That's the highest skill ceiling. Ivara, because she breaks the game the most. So trying to figure out how she's breaking every single patch is kind of a little treat within itself with her. Her mechanics are just really unstable in the game. And it causes a lot of bugs that are very beneficial to the player. That go unnoticed and unfixed for a very long time because they're extremely hard to fix. So they just become features most of the time. If we're not including bugs, I mean, it really will just depend on what mission mode you're in. And it also depends on you as the player. I know you're asking me that personally, but everybody's going to find a different skill ceiling somewhere. You know what I mean? Everybody's going to kind of gravitate towards something a little bit more based on who they are as a person and everything. Limbo has a pretty high skill cap, but it's not terribly high. Where he's at against Eximus is now, it makes him a bit more awkward than he used to be. And I'd have to see how he is now in that regard. But yeah. I've done like an 800 point index run with Limbo 4 or 5 years ago, so And I've done a lot of solo 100 wave defenses with him in group runs and like 90 to 100 drill excavations in groups. But this is all before the Eximus rework change, so I don't really have too much of an opinion on where he's at right now. On Citrine. Looks like a lot of fun. I've never actually played her though. When a lot of these frames that have come out in the last 4 years, I really haven't played the game much because I've had a lot of issues with Warframe and suspensions and everything. So, or they nerfed the ever-living shit out of the game, and I had to program my brain on how I enjoy the game and what my challenge will be in the game. Like going to level cap, no longer the challenge for me in the game anymore. This shit's too easy and stupid. It used to be a challenge for me, but like after the EHP nerf, that shit became easy. Now my challenge is trying to figure out how to do it without using O2 canisters. Before, the challenge was getting to level cap. Like that shit it would take me months and months and months. Now it'll take me like a couple weeks with a brand new frame at most. Yeah, she seems like a phenomenal frame. I haven't seen anything that would tell me that she isn't an S tier frame if played correctly. Let me put it to you that way. Nothing tells me that she would not be an S tier frame. A lot of damage potential out of that frame. A lot of damage potential. And it seems like you can get fairly easy shield gating with her too. Plus you can get her early on. Oh, that's actually good to know. Where does she come from? Unpopular weapons. It's about keeping an open mind. A lot of people, what they don't understand is if you look up the weapons of old that haven't been adjusted or nerfed, like the favorite weapons of old that were really good, like way back in the day that people would take to like level 4K and up, those weapons are hidden god tier weapons if you synergize them correctly. Every single one of them. And most of them have pretty high Riven depositions now, so they're even stronger than they used to be. But they're low, like, during the low, like, the old EHP system, that was really good on certain frames and everything. If you match them with those frames again, they're going to be very, very strong. And they're just sitting there waiting for you to discover. Like, oh, I don't have ammo. It's fucking hell. Would you stop? I'm trying to shoot you. I have carpal tunnel and it hurts. I should have just ensnared him. I really should have. I really should have just ensnared him. I'm used to doing this. I'm not used to doing all of this. This, muscle memory, fine. This, not muscle memory, not fine. It was misery, I know. I get to remember my homie every single time. And for anyone that doesn't know, this is in memory of actually my homie Misery, who used to always speak out about the game and the problems in it. So, he passed away about a month and a half ago. It's life, though. Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and take a break here. When we come back, we are going to continue kicking ass in the run here. We have ran for another 2 hours, so I really want to give my hand a break. I would love to. Now, as always, I'll be leaving up some older footage out of that. And I'll be turning off this to turn on this. Oh, that's right. Let me try the timer thing that I spoke of. Hold on here. Give me a moment. Let me try this. Computer, please, listen. Let's work together on this, okay? I understand you're screaming because you're an ancient piece of technology, but I guarantee you, if you work with me here, we will get through this together. So let's try this together, okay? You know what? Let's just try and do it over on the fucking gaming PC. My host PC is screaming right now. A Ryzen 3 20 or a Ryzen 3 2200G with a 1050 Ti is just not. It's workable, but man, this thing is struggling trying to host the damn stream on it. Was it plugins? Was it extensions, right? Yeah. Find more extensions. Here we go. I remember when I typed in here on XSplit timer, I was able to find one before. It at least had something with like a chat script or something like that. Text, it says. What does text mean? Lets you customizable font and more. I have it installed. So so it's the text that I currently have there? So what do you tell me? What can I do with this though? Is there actually a timer in here? Because I type in timer for the filters. There's a clock? Hold up here, there's a clock setting there? Oh shit. That's a clock. Oh my, is there a countdown? Or is this just... There's no countdown for it? What if I did that? Mode clock down. Oh my. Oh. Oh, I think we just stumbled upon some gold here. Hold on here. Okay, I mean we're at step 1. We have a clock. We have a countdown. That's not the countdown I wanted though. Okay, so go to this. Count. What do we count in here? I said minutes 60. So why is this? What do we count in here? Is this like how many days I've had like the fucking program? Like I've been subscribed as a member or something? Like I don't... Timer? Well, we have a timer setting. Okay, we have a timer. Okay, oh my, we figured it out. We did it. We did it. We made a timer. We made a timer. Alright, so that's done. I told you, we figure this out. You give me a moment, we'll figure this out. We got this. We got a timer at least. Now can I type in here? Are you gonna let me type as well with this? Or am I gonna have to... Oh, text before. Here we go. Here we go. Here's text before. Be right back in... And then text after. Old footage. I muted? I muted, sorry, because of the exclamation point P there. So we got all that working, everybody. Shift P is my mute button, by the way, if anyone wondering. That's why I muted myself. But yeah, definitely be sure to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Give the video a thumbs up. Check out the description down below for my workout/fitness, workout/motivational quote channel, girlfriend's link tree with all of her social media sites. And if you have been enjoying the music, there is a link for the relax movement down there. So definitely be sure to check all those out while we're AFK. Like I said, give the video a thumbs up if you haven't already. And we'll see you all when I come back in I'm gonna try hiding this and bring it back up and see if it resets the timer. No, it doesn't. I'm gonna see how to reset this timer. Do I just do play? How about stop? There's gotta be a way to... Maybe if I just did update text. Huh. Interesting. I'll have to figure all that out later. Anyways, this is step 1, so I'll see you all in an hour. Alright, everybody, I am back. A little early. I don't know what that thing's gonna do when the timer's up, but we'll find out. We will find out, right? That's for sure. We're definitely just gonna find out. We shall find out the hard way. Is that? That's all good there. Why do I feel like I'm forgetting something, but I'm not? I don't know. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Oh, hand cam. I was like, oh man, what is it? What am I forgetting? There is something I am forgetting. I love not cracking relics. That time not stopping is the most beautiful thing in the world. I can't tell you. That's 5% less time I have to spend in here to hit the same time. At least 5%. Realistically, probably like 6 to 7%. That's a big deal when you're going to be in here for who knows how long. Until DE wants to change their mind. That's a whole thing right there. Now, what we got? Okay, that's not bad. There we go. I love the Lanka. It is such a monster. What's going on here? Why do we have a bubble all the way over there? No, no, stop. Please. And the reason why I'm not doing full charges is so that I can get as many shots off as possible for the shot combo. Getting it 12 times is like pretty much our first priority. Nothing else matters more. Well, outside of doing as little actions as possible, but that takes less precedence than getting it 12 times. We got 16 million hits. Like 16.1 million. It's absolutely absurd. So that's why I'm not zoomed in all the way or anything like that. Almost at 12k. Which is really good for only like 70 minutes in. That's if I'm going to be honest, it's actually better than when I run my macro. Which I have that footage from the Corpus run, so you'll get to see the difference. It's massive. This is a much higher multiplier going on here. And that's because I set my macros to like my worst reaction time. I don't set them to my actual true ability reaction time. I just set it to what I know my worst is. So my rate of fire is actually significantly higher than it usually would be. And I don't have the ability to control going between like a full draw, and have a charge shot, and just doing quick shot. I don't run like two different ones. I just run one, and I decide which one I'm going to use. Yeah, I could definitely say having the control of, or having the ability to have both is really nice right now. And the reason why I'm not spamming my bubble here is it's not really too necessary. It does help with kills per hour, as it keeps the suck-in going, which is obviously, you know, more mobs coming in faster, better. But it's nowhere near required. It actually ends up like you have to build differently due to it. You get a lot more build freedom when you're not spamming your bubble and only using it when you need it. But against Corpus, because of nullifiers, it's a different story. You actually do pretty much need to spam it. At least when you see nullifiers. Your job is essentially you target the nullifier, get their bubble gone, and hit them with a magnetize so that they receive the extra damage. Give me one moment here, I need a drink. Right after the Acolyte. Okay. There we go. Okay, that's better. Featuring the pause function, bro. I still see posts to this day, people asking me like how I didn't sleep and everything. It's wild. It's wild. So I was like, you know what, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do featuring the pause function. Even though the whole context of the situation is very serious, and it's like livelihood at stake, it doesn't mean I'm not gonna have fun with it. This, you know, sometimes you can't just help but laugh, because there's nothing else you can really do but just laugh at the situation. And like, we're at that point to where we just can't do anything but laugh at it. You know? What's good, Aether? We're doing well, man. We're 6.5 hours into the stream, and we did get like almost 3 hours into a run, but I decided to do extract. Just to put Shattering Impact on here, because I wanted to see how it would work, because I originally wanted Shattering Impact for the armor reduction, because I'm not looking to do a full strip. And I was like, you know, I was like, well, I don't have the gunblade I wanted to bring, because I need to rest my hands, so I brought Zenny Star to give me that ability to do that and not have to pause. Because I usually use a macro for that. You know, the funny part is that like all this commotion was made over me using a hold macro as well. That's the funny part. Because if you watch back in the VOD, that's the macro. I talk about a hold macro. Like, just wanted to rest. just to hold it. That's all I wanted. It's a lot more restful than sitting here spamming the life out of this. Yeah, I know about that, Marco. I actually like doing that. Did I do something? Did I reference to that during the stream? I don't recall doing that, but I might have. I don't know. If I did, then I don't know what I was thinking there. Because I should have already known that. I don't have a radiation proc though. So, did I have to reset? I wanted to change my build around on my Zenny Star a little. And then we spent an hour tile set hunting, and here we are now. So, we got an hour in, and then I took my hour break. Because I had hit 2 hours already by then. And, yeah. Doing pretty well. But yeah, we got to 140 minutes. All I did was I took off Gladiator Vice, and then I put on, what was that called? Shattering Impact, just so later on I have a bit of armor reduction, so that I could have what I wanted to have without like having to lose the ability to rest my hands and not have to spam click. This gives me the ability to just fully rest my hands. This is even better. You know what I mean? I don't even have to do anything. Things don't really die, but they stay controlled. As you can see, they die at an okay rate. But this is also a base Spectre. I don't upgrade them until a while on. At least for how long I'm going in. I also like to see, like, I challenge myself in a little way to see how long I can keep the baseline Spectres alive. Like the very base, like, normal level ones. I like to see how long I can just keep them alive for. So, it's a little mini challenge for me in the game. How long can you keep the Spectre alive for when he's at one shot? Oh yeah, I forgot about my Osprey. There we go. New KOE build, good to see a different way of playing. Oh yeah, nah. As far as I'm going in the game, AoE builds are all gonna fall off and be worthless. In my opinion, Mag doesn't need an AoE. She is the AoE. So Mag actually shines with single target weapons for that reason, because she is AoE. If you just try to add AoE to her AoE, you're going to meet diminishing returns on AoE, essentially. Like, Braum is a good weapon on her, but it's not, like, amazing on her. And stuff like that. But yeah, I'm looking to be fighting, like, Acolytes over level, like, 14,000. So, I need something with a bit more punch. That's why I had chosen the Plasmor for my first run, but that falls off. That falls off at around, like, close to 11,000-ish. I would say reasonably falls off at 10,000, but I built it for that. I expected the level cap for Acolytes to be 10,000. So that's what I had literally built for. It was just to be good enough to hit the 10,000 so I could build more quality of life from there. I was incorrect. They keep going. They just keep scaling. We've almost seen 13,000. Almost seen 13,000. Oh, by the way, we hit 4K subs. I do want to thank y'all. That's awesome to say. The growth has been absolutely wild. I think like 3 months ago, I guess 4 months ago now, it was at like 260 subs. It's wild. Thank y'all so much. Especially a lot of y'all that subscribed during the whole drama thing and had my back, like, came in new viewer and had my back throughout it. That means a lot. Means a lot. Of course, y'all here that were for the world record. I mean, without y'all, it wouldn't have gone as viral as it did and wouldn't have led to the new people there, but I just individually want to thank those people because they came in at a bad time on the channel. So it's appreciative. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. I had the bubble there, it was kind of screwing everything up. And if you're wondering why I don't use the augment for it, so I only have one bubble up at a time, you can't use the augment through Vault Shield. You have to run past, like, your camera has to run past Vault Shield, so not even just your character model, your whole camera has to. And it's extremely annoying. It's a bug. I haven't reported it, to be fair, but I got a 2-month suspension when I found out about it. They forgive me for not reporting that to DE. I was scared the game will crash. The game is always going to crash at some point. You can't really be scared about it. If you're scared about something you don't have in your control, then you're scared about something that you shouldn't be really scared about at the end of the day. There's no real problem if the game crashes. If it crashes, we just go back in. I mean, you were around for the Mag Sporothrax testing. I crashed so much. I crashed so much. Just go right back in. I crashed at like 7 hours at one time. Yeah, we just went back in. But I'm fairly confident that I shouldn't crash. Let's put it that way. I'm fairly confident. I already found out what my one crashing problem was with mag before, so I got rid of that. I'm not using fracture and crush anymore. So that whole issue is gone, which is nice. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And I did that so much that I triggered a 2-month suspension. Right after a 17-hour Octavia run. That was the icing on the cake. That's a 17-hour Octavia. I'm almost wondering if I got mass reported on that run. You want me to be honest? Nah, I don't think it was that. At the same time, I don't know. The mass report system in this game is completely flawed. That is one of the most aggressive bots in the game for reporting, in my subjective opinion, at least. I think it's one of the most aggressive. You can literally get someone banned by just reporting, with enough people reporting them. It's so dumb. People that have no clue about anything can get someone banned, which is absolutely absurd in my opinion. No, it's not a guy. It's I'm not gonna say it because like I don't even want Warframe to ban me because I said it in a stream. Alright? A certain object that you can... It goes along the lines... It's another way to say something that it is not. And I think that was actually a pretty good way to word that. Like I tiptoed around that one like a politician. What do y'all think? What do you think? Oh man. I don't get that whole thing though, to be honest with you. I think it's just dumb. They're pixels on a screen. Who gives a shit what the hell anyone says about it? It's not a person with an identity. It is pixels on the screen. I don't care. I don't care. These are pixels. I would say soulless beings, but I'm a soulless being, so that would just like, I guess, yeah, you know, screw it. And my feelings don't matter either, apparently. Yeah, same thing. Probably have investors who got mad. Well, yeah, you know, your ESG score does matter. Your earning salary growth. Oh yeah, that is not what ESG stands for, but that's what it feels it stands for. Like, I don't mind a diverse work environment if it's full of extremely qualified individuals. That I'm fucking all. It's amazing. But if it isn't, which is a lot of the time the problem we got going on in today's world, then it's a bit of a problem. And started banning the phrase. I mean... the question is why, though? You know? That's the real question as to why. That's what my brain sees. But, I mean, it could have happened before the days of ESG, to be honest. To be completely honest with you. It could have happened well before those days. I don't know the whole timeline to the situation. I'm just lining things up for comedic humor. So... Let me be completely honest about that. What's the world record? I have it at 95.5 hours. I guess if we're going to say no macro, I have it at 27.5 hours. I don't know. Which do you... I mean, do you feel there needs to be a discernment between the two? Patience of a saint. I've heard that before. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, you dead? You dead. Okay, cool. I like when you're dead and not alive. That's the direction we're looking to go there. You get bored of mod after 2 hours. It's therapy for me. I got mental conditions. I want info on that in my fitness channel, why I started video. But yeah, it's therapy for me. It just helps me like organize my thoughts better and all that. It helps me just overall think and push my brain because of, well, yeah, brain damage that I have, so. Ability to have to stay focused and all of that. To the best of my ability. I do take a break every 2 hours though, but it's for unrelated reasons to being burnt out of doing the game. Okay, if it was out during that time, then yeah, then okay, ESG was a thing. Okay, I hate that my comedic humor was actually correct, though. You have to remember they're a Canadian company. ESG is huge there. That's a lot of money, man, too. I don't know what ties they have with that, or if they're, like, Tencent has them, or Liu has them apply, or anything. You know? I guess with that would have been Liu. At that time. No, it doesn't. Quest. Yeah, exactly. One moment. I had to sneeze and blow my nose. My bad. That's why I sounded so weird when I was like, let me be right back here. It was because I was trying not to sneeze. I was really trying. Oh. Well, that hit like a ferocity there. Something tickled my nose wrong. Who's thinking of me? I would say the ringing in my ears would be a representation of that due to folklore, but I have tendinitis. From various reasons of living in the hood and around good old boys. So I don't hear too good anymore. All I hear all day is wee. That's fun. It's fun. You get used to it, though. You get used to it, to be honest. It doesn't really... After having it for, like, over a decade now, you just get completely used to it. I would say it probably took me about a year or 2 years to kind of get used to it, and after, like, half a decade, I was just completely used to it. To the point where I can just sit in absolute silence with it just going on, and I don't even notice it, really. I mean, I notice it, but, like... It doesn't affect, like, my train of meditation or anything like that. What's the survival world record? I have it at 95 hours, 28 minutes. I extracted because of frame rate drops. Yeah, I would loot one thing and my frame rate would just drop to 10. So, like, I had no choice. I did that with a macro, so this one was no macro, just to kind of... Because, like, I'm dealing with a lot of problems with DE trying to make my build videos. So I'm doing this as a way, after my suspension has ended now, to prove to DE that they need to leave me alone about my build videos, and they need to start leaving endurance runners alone, and actually, like, do thorough jobs of investigations, and be willing to take on player evidence and all of that. Because it's ridiculous what some players have to deal with. I have the threat of a perma-ban on my account right now. If we see any more activity like we see on your computer, we'll give you a perma-ban. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. And then they approve my 2-action macros on top of it. Like, it's just so confusing. I just want to make my build videos, bro. I'm sorry I went outside of my bounds of my normal everyday play, but, like, could you, like, I explained what I was doing. That I was making build videos and shit, and trying to test things, and, like, no, that's not good enough for them. God forbid you, like, want to change how you play the game. Insanity. How would I recommend getting into endurance runs? Ignore the extraction for as long as possible, and make it as, like, and don't be afraid to make, like, have things become uncomfortable, and go until you have 1 revive left. And as you keep doing that more and more in the same mission and everything, you'll slowly get yourself to the point of level cap. My first level cap took me about a year, like 6 years ago. Roughly. No, it actually 7 months that it took me, roughly. 6-7 months for that. That was interception, but, like, my first survival level cap, that took me... I had already had the level cap for interception on my belt, so it saved a lot of time for figuring things out. And I also went from playing Frost to Octavia, so that greatly helped the situation. But that took like 4 months. Octavia is a great frame to learn on. Just, I don't really know. Yeah. And I would say my single biggest piece of advice that I can give is try to document everything you can reasonably document, just in case you get a trigger and you get suspended. And always make sure to ask DE what the runs were. Ask them for timestamps and everything, so that you can try and provide proof to being cleared. That would be the single biggest piece of advice that I can say. There wouldn't be a bigger piece of advice, because any other piece of advice I'm giving you at the end of the day doesn't tackle the biggest challenge in the game, which, if you think level cap is hard, if you think acolytes at level 13,000 are hard, or anything like that, you haven't faced the ultimate boss, and that's DE's customer service representatives when you are an endurance runner and get a false flag. That's a boss like you'll never encounter in your life. That is the single hardest boss I've ever fought, and the 23-24 years I've been gaming. Why Lanka? Because it's Lanka. Lanka comfortable. That's good for him. Lanka is the best single target weapon for mag if you're doing an endurance run though. Sporothrix, because of its new augment, is the best AoE weapon. And then Lanka's the best single target. And because Mag doesn't really need AoE, she is AoE. For my given situation, this becomes the best. I player. It is overall damage. So if you have the ability to get it stacked up and going, you have the ability to do tremendous amounts of damage. But it takes a lot of patience. A lot of patience. It scales appropriately at the end of the day. It's a very strong modifier, and I don't think it should be scaling really fast or anything like that. Do I think the top end 12 being 16.1 million is a bit ridiculous? 100%. I don't think that's reasonable. Especially without mods to help increase, like, your combo count and all that. Because, like, there's so many different ways to do that, to, like, get a higher combo count or a faster combo count with melee, but there's, like, nothing with besides multi-shot and punch through. That's all we got for weapons. Or for snipers. And I think after they changed around the melee multiplier as drastically as they had, they need to give some type of love to snipers and aiding in this combo multiplier. I don't think they should nerf where it's at, that they should make ways to, like, combine things with other mods that are already pre-existing, give them extra stats for getting, you know, a faster combo multiplier and such. Past a certain point, you know what I mean? Like, there's the within reason of, I think it's 4 times is within reason for everyday play. But like outside of a 4 times, it's really hard to go above that, or even realistically like a 3.5 times. And I think there needs to be systems in play that where you can mod for them to make that shot combo go up faster. Maybe even Sentinel mods. Bring some uniqueness into some Sentinels in the game. Maybe like even the Sniper Gun Sentinel or something like that. Or, you know, just some type of unique method to help increase like the capability of getting a shot combo up. Why mag for endurance? I just enjoy the learning frames and getting to my like highest capability with them. I just haven't done that with mag. Any frame works for endurance, though. There's no perfect frame at the end of the day. Because the frame that becomes perfect is the one that makes you the happiest while you're playing. And for me, what makes me happy in this game is, you know, learning the best I can to create the best situations I can and, you know, be the best player on the frame that I can be personally. I don't really worry about, like, where other people are at. I just worry about myself. I hate that bubble. What are you doing? Oh, you're just standing still. That's perfect. Mag is S tier? Definitely S tier. I won't disagree with that. Mag's an extremely strong frame. As for like learning endurance, I don't know if she's really the best frame for it, but she'll definitely be a good solid frame for it. Stealth frames are going to be easier to learn endurance. I always recommend learning the damage required to kill before you learn about the survivability. Once you learn about the damage required to kill, then you can start adjusting your builds appropriately and figuring out how much overkill do I really have and all that, and how much more can I mod for quality of life and making my situation more comfortable for me so that I can learn better. And then from there, that's kind of where things like can kind of expand out for you. So you can learn survivability better. Especially for survival. Actually, for most of any. Like, especially like Cascade and everything, the really active ones, Disruption. You gotta be a bit better and more active on your, like, your shield gating and stuff like that in those runs, so it's definitely recommended to take a bit of a learning, like, take it as a learning steps instead of trying to just jump yourself into an uncomfortable situation. Close to Lanka. I like Sporothrix, but that's just a mag appropriate, and that's because there's no other sniper rifle that's projectile in the game besides those two. If there was other ones, then they would have other options, but because there's no other projectile sniper rifles, those are your two options. Otherwise, you're using hit scan, which still will work well, but projectile weapons are the best weapons on mag. Yeah, Sporothrix. Infested weapon from Deimos. Maybe, I think it's Vaults it's from or something like that. It's a huge pain to get, but it's good. If you get the augment that came out with the newest Nightwave with it, I ranked 25 or something like that. That's what really turns it really nice. Like, but it doesn't 100% need it, but it takes away a lot of the problems in the weapon, and it makes it easier. Like, the only problem it leaves with the weapon at that point is the fact that it has no crit chance, so you either have to force crit on it through like Avenger or something like that, and the fact that it has a really long reload. But it has a 5 deposition Riven. It's like literally one of the most underplayed weapons in the game. So if you get a decent Riven roll, it's actually stupid fun. And you can get like 300% status on the thing. So even on a low end, you can get yourself like an easy 200% status on it. And it has the highest crit multiplier for any, I think it's any weapon in the game as well. It might be the second highest. It's either the first or the second. So it's very, very strong if you can force crit on it. I think Kengineer's done some videos on it. I did some streams with Saren Sporothorax and Mag Sporothorax. And believe I know Gamble did some streams with it, but I don't know if he did any videos with it. I don't remember, but I remember Kengineer did one. They did a pretty good job on that. Might be a silly question, but are the spawn manipulation the enemies or just naturally spawning? It's just finding the right room with the right connecting rooms. It took me an hour to find this, so, which is actually pretty good. And for me to say pretty good, I think that gives you an idea of like how bad it can get. The longest it took for me was my very first world record run, the 95.5, or at least world record survival run. That one took me 8 hours of tile set hunting. Sometimes I would extract out of a mission after like 3 hours. The only parts that really matter are Ignis and Vault. Everything else doesn't really matter. Melee weapon is the whatever that corrosive melee, infested melee weapon is. It's just because acolytes are weak to corrosive, so it just helps a little bit with that if they get close enough. I'm getting 4 essence. Wait, do I have a booster still? Yo, my booster's held through my ban. My boosters didn't count down during my suspension. Holy shit. My boosters didn't count down during my suspension. I kept my boosters. I expected them to count down. Holy shit. I had just refreshed those for the world record run. Holy shit, that's amazing. I honestly thought I was gonna lose those. Cool. Cool. Huh. I thought you lost them. Interesting. I guess you don't. I didn't see that. I don't know. What's up, Ollie? How you doing? Actually correct. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you. Secondary literally doesn't matter at all, but it is blast damage, and I like blast damage for inaccuracy, or to reducing accuracy on level cap mobs, because they'll have around like 95% accuracy at level cap 90%, so they're gonna be hitting you. They're gonna be hitting you, and you'll notice it once they hit around like 70% accuracy. You just start getting beamed all the time, and that's around like 1500-ish, 1k-ish. It just starts happening. Just beaming. Nice to catch a live stream. Oh, I'm glad you were able to. I know I've been infrequent as of late, but I've been working on all those uploads. I want to make sure the Warframe community didn't forget about me. I was coming back. How to keep the word getting out about me to the point where people started to get annoyed. Let's kill Shieldy Boy. I'm gonna rest my hands for a moment. But you wanna... Chan. No, I don't remember. I don't know. I don't... I don't remember. Did you change your thumbnail at any point? I'm more of a thumbnail remember most of the time. I remember thumbnails really well. Did you change your thumbnail at all? Or no? If not, then no, yeah, I don't remember, and I apologize. In flow stream? Recently. That was like within the last week or so. Yeah, no. Yeah, I wouldn't... Didn't... I hardly even remember what that was about. Oh, that's right. Yeah, there was like some disagreement and you were wording something wrong or something like that. I don't remember. Something like that. This none of my concern at the end of the day. That's his channel, not mine. Yeah, fine on my channel. I don't care. I'm here. Yeah, I remember that now. You worded something that could have been suggestive, and then it kind of things led from there. Yeah, okay. I remember things now. Yeah, it took me a moment there. Yeah, I don't... It's whatever, man. I'm not gonna ban you here because somebody I watch banned you. I base it off of how you treat me at the end of the day. Now, if you were just being an absolute piece of shit, that's a bit of a different story. But I don't. You were being a troll. You were being a troll. All I will say is if I respectfully tell you to stop, that's all that I'll ask. I appreciate decent trolls. Decent trolls also know to... when they're starting to get past the lines of different things that can be a problem. You'll never know your main. I mean, that's fine. We just work through them, homie. I've been streaming for 10 years now, man. I don't think I'm used to that type of stuff, man. Come on. It's fine. I remember how many accounts you came in on. It's whatever, man. It's life. If you're not ready to be prepared for that as a streamer or a mod for a streamer, like, I don't know, there's probably something wrong with you. People are gonna do that. People are gonna have alt accounts. Some people like to keep their subscriptions separate so they don't have this like 800 fucking subscriber like subscription tab. And this way they can watch different categories of stuff and know that they can catch up on content easier. Like, I understand that the YouTube lets you make 4 accounts per email or some shit like that. Like, for anyone to expect anything, like, different, just, I don't know, it doesn't even make sense to me. We're here on the internet at the end of the day. You have 3 accounts. I mean, we all have a way with words. Sometimes you can get away with it, sometimes you can't, you know? And since this stream started, 7 hours, 15 minutes ago. We were like almost 3 hours in, and then I decided to change my build slightly. So I did that. And then I came back in, and it took me an hour to find a room. And then I got an hour in, and then I took a 2-hour break because my hand needed to get meds in me. So, yeah. We're slowly working through it. But we seem to be comfy now, so... You're at school? Yeah. I'm just working. And just working. Stay in school so you don't have to work ridiculously long hours. You can have a living to just being comfortable and doing as you please. That's what I can say, man. That's what I... Single best advice I can give you as somebody who's turning 33 this year. And don't do stupid things and get yourself disabled, alright? But that too. Take care of your body. You only get one of it. And your mind. Then you'll have all the time in the world to have fun and do things that you want to do. And do it within reason and economically and everything. And if they do, they do. We're here to have, like, this is me just making a statement to DE to leave me alone because I have the threat of a permaban. The next one. So this is my statement to them to leave me alone and let me make my content. I already have permission to use their 2-action macro, like my 2-action macros. There should be no problem now. I have permission from that, I have permission of my strats, and they now have a full understanding of the content that I wish to make, so there should be no confusion about what my everyday play is going to look like, and how my account should be adjusted. There should be no question. And this is just my way to make sure. That's why I have a hand cam and everything. I'll be putting in a ticket and be like, listen, no one should have to go to these lengths, but I've gone to these lengths in order to say that like all endurance runners need to not be screwed with. We need to have our proof put into account, and we shouldn't have to do this every damn time to have it put into account. You should be able to know better the limitations of the software that's in play. And like if it's say like an issue of like auto hotkey and not knowing, well, just ask them to send it the script over, and then match it up with the actions being put in and all of that, and whatever you're looking at from their end. Like, it's that easy. Because I would never say that we should ban auto hotkey from ever being used. It's a valuable tool for people that prefer to have a lot more control over their macroing. Because it's far better. It's far better. It's not as annoying. Can't wait for Dante Unbound in 1999. I can't wait to see what they do with it. I hope for 1999 to be a second star chart for us that brings in the old EHP, like EHP scaling. That's what I really hope to see. I want a nice, really good, challenging new star chart with 1999. I want Warframe, but I want a nice, challenging, new, fresh Warframe. So that's where my excitement lies with that. As for like Dante, like the Warframe itself just looks like carpal tunnel syndrome. Like it looks worse than Dagath, and Dagath already hurt my hands, even though Dagath is a blast to play. I love playing Dagath. Oh man, Dagath is so much fun. Good frame, very good frame. F4 can kill at level cap, it's so ridiculously strong. One day we'll have Destiny 2 exos, but only for the billionaires. It's going to be out of chaos for your storage if that comes true. If you played this game long enough, you already feel like your inventory is in chaos, to be fair. If you played for this game for more than like 5 years, you definitely already feel like your inventory is in chaos, so it's... Trust me, that's just a normal part of the game, man. It's just a normal part of the game. We just pray that DE finds reasons to use things. I hope that, like, we can just almost, like, completely forget about the old star chart. Maybe leave prime frames in there, you know, and such like that, so that, like, lower levels and everything, or, like, newer players still have other people to play with to get, like, relics and all that. But as for, like, the challenge in the game, you know, and all that, that's where I hope it, like, starts to really manifest itself and take hold. And that the star chart that we're currently engaging with is more of a beginner-friendly star chart. Because if that's the direction that they're taking, I'm totally down. Totally down. I think that's fine. Have a completely open-ended game for players, like, will still be able to obtain everything important in the game through this, but if you want a challenge, you have this upper-end content with, like, scaled rewards and such like that. You know, kind of like they're doing with the Netra cells, where you're able to, like, have, like, the, I don't so much think of the set loadouts being a normal thing, but the idea of being able to gain the same rewards but at a faster pace for harder content. And I think that's where it should take place for it. You know, outside of prime parts, like I said, because I believe that prime parts should stay the accessibility that they have. I don't want new players to have to feel like they have to go to this whole new star chart that's significantly harder than the new, fresh one that we're dealing with right now. You know what I mean? I want players to still have a reason to go back to this star chart and everything. What's up, Cynics? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Doing well, doing well. Happy that I didn't have to spend 17 hours trying to find a tile set and extracting after like anywhere between 5 minutes and 3 hours. So, you know, we're gonna hope that this one still keeps holding well. But so far it's been great. It's been great. I have a wonderful shot multiplier or shot combo on my sniper rifle. 22,000 right now and only 2 hours in. That's an amazing rate. And my hand's not completely killing me. Taking the hour-long breaks every 2 hours is good. I can already say I'm probably going to be reducing 2 hours to closer to an hour and a half type deal. That was weird. I was spamming the hell out of that and it wasn't shooting. Only because I'm starting to get a bit of a tenseness on my hand, but yeah. I want to keep this shot combo going up as fast as possible. That's why I don't do full holds. Rivenless? No. God roll, to be completely fair with you, but it's not required if you're not going for a world record. But crit chance, reload, minus zoom. So, God roll. I got very lucky. Like, I got it in under 60, I got it in under 70 rolls, like 64 rolls. I couldn't even fucking believe it. I have another Eidolon Riven that I have between my girlfriend and I just trading it to each other because we both use it. We've put in like over 100 rolls on that and we're still not completely satisfied. It's decent, but it could be a little better. Never even gotten yeah. I get lucky. I get lucky with things that I really enjoy playing with. Like I have a God Roll Kuva Brahma Riven with crit damage multi-shot minus magazine capacity. The magazine capacity literally does nothing to it because it has no magazine capacity. Or no magazine. They have magazine capacity. It just has ammo. So, that's actually really nice. I've had that one for some years now. If I only want something and I don't need it, it's an absolute pain in the ass for me to get, but if I need it, I generally get it relatively quickly. Like, meaning, like, I need it in the way of it's going to improve the overall enjoyment that I get out of the game and how I like to play. I generally end up getting it really fast. That's just always been my luck on the game. And what that means, by the way, is most things in the game I don't need, okay? But that's what that means. Because I struggle to get everything in the fucking game under the sun, except for a select few things. And it's so annoying. You want to get that prime frame? Well, you better be ready to farm for about 8 to 12 hours. What's that? It's 40 plat in the marketplace? Well, you're probably doing it. You might as well go do what you enjoy doing. Make that 40 plat. Because it's going to happen a lot faster. Like, my RNG is so bad in this game that my philosophy is just do what you enjoy, and then you can sell the extra of doing what you enjoy. And you'll eventually make enough plat to get whatever you need to get. That's how bad my RNG is. I don't know if that gives you a good idea there. I'm not too acquainted with Melee right now, only due to the fact that I haven't played since 3.0 came out when it comes to it. I stopped enjoying Melee after 3.0. Especially after the Maiming Strike nerf. Which I felt was unnecessary, especially where we're at with Melee nowadays. I think we should just have the old Maiming Strike put back into the game. I don't understand why they don't have it back in the game with how strong they have Melee nowadays. But as for like Wolf Siege, it's a good heavy attack weapon, so it's probably going to be fucking broken. If you can find a stance that gives you like a force slash procs, you're gonna win at the game all the time. I'll just put it to you that way. Any heavy weapon that you can force / procs on, you're always going to win. You're always going to win. And you just build a heavy attack efficiency build, and you just spam out them heavy attacks and get millions upon millions of fucking, like, for damage, for ticks, for slash. So strong. Especially if you're priming things. If you like glaive and that, like the throwing weapon playstyle, they're phenomenal weapons. I don't like any of the throwing weapons, to be fair with you. They're just not my playstyle, but they're extraordinarily strong. There's no doubting that. I just don't enjoy them. There's just some playstyles that I'm not a fan of. Like, I'm not a fan of Contagion either, the Exodia. For Zaz, the Arcane. I don't like that either. Even though that shit's strong. Really fucking strong. That is a very, very strong thing. Just don't enjoy it. It forces ragdoll. Oh, anything that forces ragdoll is good. Ragdoll damage is very strong. You get a damage multiplier for ragdolling. So if you can create ragdolling, you always have a good situation. That's the one thing I can say. If you can force ragdolling, you have a lot of extra damage. Ragdolling is, one of y'all can correct me if I'm wrong here, but ragdolling is 400% extra damage, right? Or do they adjust it? My knowledge is coming back from about 5 years ago. Almost 6. It was like 300 to 400% back then. And this is back when Blast also caused knockdown. This is that long ago. So we're talking before status. Is this status 3.0 or 2.0? I think this is status 3.0. Because I know when Warframe first came out, they didn't have the elements that they have now, like, or any of, like, the heat or anything like that. And no, there was, I don't know. Nova, make a video on it. History of status. Warframe. Go. Please. I don't trust anybody else when it comes to Warframe history. Technical history, at least. The Nova Umbra, I don't trust nobody else. By a platformer? Congratulations on that. Did they actually gift you the full thing from the marketplace, or did they trade you a fully built one? Or the parts for the built one? I mean, regardless, congratulations. That's awesome. What a nice person. That's what I love about this community. There's always friendly people out there. Always good, friendly people. One from the market, and really impressive. Awesome. What a nice guy. Person, I should say. Be respectful. Straight from Mirage Prime Farmer to a bunch of ESO to sell for... Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Selling relics is really good. And if you're selling rad relics too, you'll get a little bit extra out of it. Usually like 1 extra plata relic. 1 to 2. Thank you, Mr. Is that thick? 2 C's? Thick. Is that what we got going on here? Oh. Getting spicy up in here at 12:30. Damn. Solid. The RNG and Warframes will keep you playing apart from the grind for the necromech. Wait, oh, okay, you didn't like the grind for necromech parts. Okay, well, Yeah, I thought you were a masochist for a second. I was about to ask. That's like someone saying they enjoyed farming for regular equinox. I don't think anybody enjoyed farming for a regular equinox. Oh man, you spent 2 years trying to get what, an equinox set? Is it why? It's reasonable, bro. I see it. Don't. My girl gave up after 80 runs. She just bought it. She just bought it. 80 runs. She was missing like 2 pieces. It just gave up and bought it. Like, Korra is another one. Like, Korra for me is the instant buy. I've never gotten a Korra set farming. And I played before Korra even was released normal. Normal Korra. I was there for her release. I was pushing for a world record of ESO on her release and SO. So, yeah, no. I've done God, thousands and thousands of runs for her with her, and I've never seen that set. Bless up the circuit. Yeah. That was the one nice thing they did in the circuit. I'm not a fan of the rotational incarnate weapons, but I really like the rotational warframes. I believe that was a brilliant feature. If you're patient, you can get the warframes nice and easy. If you're rushed about it, you can either go farm them or buy them. I like it. It shows it's either, be more... I like options like that with Warframe. Be more engaged in the game and get it in time, by just waiting for it to be there. Or pay, or really go through a kind of a sufferable grind to get it as fast as possible. I like when Warframe does those, 3 options. I always do, whether it's buy from the marketplace or buy from player base. And they have, the option of grind your face off to get it done faster, in the sense of you can get it done in a smaller segment of time if you have more time per day. Or if you're patient, you'll eventually get it in a nicer, easier fashion. And I think things need to be like that upon release, too. I think DE has a huge problem of adopting that only later on into the game. And I believe they need to adopt that in earlier on in the game, so the people that are patient can reap the reward a little bit quicker and be confident to know that that system is going to be there for them. So they don't have that fear of oh god, I gotta do this pain in the ass grind. No, they can know that they have their casual grind to go enjoy. Well, the hardcore players have their individualized queue and they can go do their little sweat fest. This way the sweat fest doesn't get in, I hate to use this word, but I'm going to use it because it's the word for it. Doesn't get intruded by casuals. Because the worst thing you want to do is be a casual and piss off a min-maxer that's trying to sweat their ass off to get as many resources of whatever they're farming per hour. And that's what I mean by that. It's not so much the fact that you ruin anything as a casual. It's just, I don't want you pissing off a min-maxer and having them all up your ass about why you don't have one fucking mod or some dumb shit like that. Why didn't you hit 3 enough times or something? That's just some obnoxious shit that doesn't matter. All because they got 1 less resource per hour than what they wanted. And that's why I always think there should be those separations of grind and stuff like that. Yeah, it's kind of I think Edelon or Arcanes should be the same thing and stuff like that, so I'm glad they did that system that they did. What's up, Snake? How you doing? ERLE Prime 1, probably like 2 years after her release. So if you take her release date and add 2 to 3 years to it, that'll give you a good estimate, more or less. The grind for mods is very painful. Grind for mods is more painful than Necromech, honestly. I know people that have 100% in mods in the game, and it's like it's taken them years. It took them years to do it. Thousands and thousands and thousands of hours to do 100% only drop rate mods. Like, you only farm the mods through drop rates. Didn't matter if you could buy them or not. Some of those Arcwing mods, they'll take you forever to get. Let me tell you. There's a reason why the Arcwing mods, some of them cost the amount they do. Is because the drop rate is absolutely abysmal, and it's kind of a headache. Not kind of, it's a huge fucking headache trying to get them to drop. I'll be done with school by that time. Which ones cost a lot? I believe the movement speed one does. A couple of the gold ones do. I don't remember exactly which ones. I just know they do because they have really low drop chances. They are gold. I don't remember which ones they were from, though. I don't pay attention to that market, really. Like, I never even took the time to get the speed increase mods or anything like that. Who plays Arcwing? Exactly. There are people out there. I have met people that actually enjoy Arcwing. Sick masochist, but they do exist. I'm not a fan of this oxygen so far. Like, this floating has kind of really bothered me. But we'll keep it going. I hate that even without a macro I do this on occasion. You fear people who play. I'll have the full loadout guide after I'm done with the run, whenever that'll be. But I don't like releasing my builds until I know their purpose has been met. And if that hasn't, then I go back to the drawing board. They lost their sanity from grinding for hours for one freaking mod and do it all again for another. It's the thrill of the grind, man. It's the thrill of the grind. It's about the journey, not the destination when it comes to Warframe, man. That's why Warframe's a niche game at the end of the day. Is Warframe's a game that's about the journey, not the destination. A lot of games are about the destination, not the journey. Warframe has gotten better over the years about their dopamine releases and giving players more and not making them suffer as much for them. But overall, at the end of the day, Warframe's encompassing message is that it's about the journey, not the destination. It's about enjoying the journey, because all this game is a journey. Never actually done with the game. Not until you get the Great Wall of 2035. Once you're on the Great Wall of the 2035, then that's a different story. That's when you know you're done with the game. Because you are never finished with Warframe. Warframe is finished with you. Remember that, everybody. You are never finished with Warframe. Only Warframe is finished with you. They'll let you know when they're finished. Not challenging at all. That's because it isn't, man. You have to really you have to search for the challenge. Why do you think I do my runs so long? Like, I do my 12-hour runs that I do. The reason why I do 12 hours, it's not an arbitrary time that I chose. It's literally because it's at which point acolytes become harder to kill than level cap mobs, because level cap mobs are so easy to kill. So there's game modes in this game like Cascade and Disruption and stuff that have their own unique way of making it a little bit more difficult, but ultimately once you get comfortable, it's never going to be difficult. Warframe's a game that it's difficult until you get comfortable with what you're doing. And then once you're comfortable with what you're doing, it's actually relatively easy and chill. And that's the whole aspect of Warframe. So when you start feeling like you're losing a challenge in the game, one of the best things I can recommend is try switching a weapon, switching over to a different frame or something like that while you're doing that activity that's currently actually boring you and you're not finding a challenge in. And keep doing that until you find the challenge again. Because eventually you're going to find the challenge again. Meta in Warframe, the true definition of meta, is anything that you do the most efficiently. Like, whatever way for you becomes the most efficient and fun. So once the efficiency is the only thing left there and the fun is taken out, then it's time for you to just... Since you've already lost one, you might as well lose the efficiency because you're already likely doing something you don't need the rewards from, so that you can reintroduce the fun. Because eventually the efficiency will take over so much that it's no longer fun. This is a grind-based game, so it's always going to be at some point to where it's no longer fun to do the activity that you're doing because the way you're doing it has been exhausted to its fullest extent, which means you're going to have to adapt differently and change how you play. Kind of like for me, getting to level cap became easy, and this wasn't the challenge for me anymore. So now my new challenge is going to level cap without ever using O2 capsules, and figuring that out. Oh, yeah, Hermos kind of went wild. I got respect for it. I have respect for the hustle. The mental insanity as well, but yeah, I got respect for the hustle. Why are these... Why does it look like these shots just aren't hitting? I wasn't even seeing status procs on my... It's like half the shots were hitting. If you're wondering why I don't have damage numbers on, it's because they can crash the game. Yes, you can do so much damage that the visual damage of the damage will crash the game. Not so much the damage itself. That can happen, but I did not tune to go that far. It's pretty hard to do solo. You have to really, really set yourself up for that. And gave him a haircut. Oh, Jesus. What did he do to deserve that? What did he do? Did you... Have you posted the meme? Have you posted the meme, Nova? Did you post it somewhere? Why is any star? Oh, so I can do this. Unrest my hands when I need to. Sent the pic in Discord. Well, if you want to post it in here, I'll give you mod real quick so that you can post it freely. Or if you want to post the link to your Discord and chat. Actually, if you all go to Nova's channel, go to his Discord. If he posted it in his Discord, join his Discord. That's what you're gonna have to do. Join his Discord. If you want to find his channel easily, click on my little homepage thing and go to my recommended channels. You'll see them in the list. There. Join the Discord. That easy. That's how you're gonna have to look at it. I don't accept any other way. No, you can't. I'm not allowing it. Unless you want to post an invite link to your Discord. We can do that. People gotta support you though. I don't care. Your numbers aren't high enough. They're not in the hundreds and hundreds of thousands. Exactly. More of a disruption level capper? I don't blame you. That's why I was really happy to see when they started bringing in faster scaling and more active APM missions, or not so much active APM, but active movement missions. Was because it was needed. You know, not everybody likes to do, you know, camp style and stuff like that, which survival, excavation, defense, interception are all more or less set up to be like that, to be a little bit more campy. But things like Cascade and Disruption are really, really active, and I think they did a good job introducing a different blend into Endurance to make things more acceptable for people who like to move a lot more. They moved the sections of a YouTube channel. Mine should not have been adjusted. You should be able to adjust those yourself, though. A quality of life. Oh, detecting the... Oh, that'll be nice. Is it... Are they adding in some type of visual cue? Not just more of an audio cue? Because, like, I'm tired of having to use game sound. I don't like playing with game sound. I'm not listening to the game sound right now. My music is hooked up to my phone. I'm listening to that. I don't like game sound. I never have. Like with most games, unless like the game is like specifically set up to like be immersive, like then sure, like I'll try and get into it and see if I'm like good with it. But outside of that, like I don't want to be entertained. I don't want to hear it. It was just hidden behind the small pull-out tab. With Quanta, Vandal, and Disruption. Quanta Vandal is so much fun. Too early to loot. There we go. It's a visual cue? Oh, that's gonna be awesome. Oh, hell yeah. A visual cue? Oh, thank you, DE. That actually means a lot. I don't always want to have to hear shit. Oh, that's awesome. Actually, may make me like Disruption a little bit. That was my biggest gripe about Disruption. Like the play style of it may not be my play style, but I totally get it and I like it for the community. But like I fucking hated the audio cue. I thought that was unnecessary. Has been with Titanium makes it more fun. I could definitely see that. That makes a lot of sense. That's very active. Just hauling. A failsafe conduit is a thing? You mean like no matter what, you won't fail it? In arbitration survival. The highest I've gone so far was with, like, I'm trying to do a deathless arbitration necro survival. The highest I've gone was like level 7700 so far with necros. But I haven't tried it with any other frame really. But, yeah. Slowly working on figuring it out. I'm trying to avoid having to go as cheesy as possible and just shield gating the hell out of it, you know, and everything. trying to avoid that type of stuff. Because, like, I can do all that, sure, but, like, yeah. I'm also trying to make sure it's infested as well, so that, it's a little bit more challenging. Do specters heal passively? No, I do have a few ways of, like, this is keeping his shield up. and then he does a pulsating heal, like every, I don't know, 20-30 seconds or so. I don't know how much it exactly heals for, but yeah. Early on, it's like, it's enough to be semi-reasonable. A shock trooper? Yeah, I could see that. That's actually a lot of fun. It's always been a lot of fun. Playing cookie cutter? You mean you're actually manually playing cookie cutter? Or are you using a macro? I hope you're using a macro. Yes, you're using a macro? Or yes, you're manually doing it? Macro build on my keyboard? Okay, thank God. It's like, why are you giving yourself carpal tunnel for cookie clicker? Please don't do that. You're allowed to use macros, bro. Just do that. Just run a control send macro, okay? Just auto hotkey control send that shit. Oh. I found it interesting balloons block the ability to control send macros. Or scripts. I found that very interesting. Oh, and I have some really good news to my post with balloons. Not full details yet, but there is a lot of good news on the front of scripts and everything with balloons. I have to say, so far, this is some of the best customer experience I've had since Blizzard was a smaller company. The balloons, Ninja Kiwi, balloons tower defense series made by Ninja Kiwi. The Ninja Kiwi customer support staff have been absolutely phenomenal individuals to work with, and I am very happy that I actually had the questions I've had, because they have been really, really phenomenal people. Some of the best customer service that I've ever dealt with when it comes to gaming. So I'm very, very happy. Very happy with that. And I would say it's the best customer service that I've dealt with in the past 5 years of gaming. Or, yeah, about 5 years. 5 to 8 years. Like, absolutely phenomenal company. They do such a good job on their customer support. They don't even know I was a content creator when I was talking to him either. That's the best part. I approached him as just a regular player with concerns about scripting and what I could do. Because I would like to push for the world record and balloons, but I would also like to script so that I can level faster in the game, because it's absolutely terrible. So I wanted to find out exactly like what was entailed to allow me to do so and not be punished or anything like that, because I know the game has multiplayer and everything, but I needed to find out some more details outside of that and things, so, which I have found out a good amount. There will be like a better explanation of everything once I'm done talking with them. But so far it's been absolutely phenomenal. Like, it's so good that I don't even want to, like, wait. I just want to wait until I'm fully done so I have the full story to give everybody. That's how good the customer service is. Absolutely phenomenal. The game, the community, no. I don't know. Balloons isn't bad for the community. I've never had an issue with the Balloons community. It's a very small community and everything. But I've never had an issue with any of the members of the Balloons community. But their customer service representatives are absolutely phenomenal. One millisecond double left click macro. 0.0001 second. Jeez, mine only goes like 0 or point like 0.05. for my Logitech. I mean, I can set it a lot faster, and I can do 10 milliseconds in auto hotkey. So I don't have auto hotkey installed right now, for anyone curious. I uninstalled it before I before I got back on this game. I had installed that pretty quick. I didn't want that to be an interfering thing right now. I just one step at a time. You know what I mean? Like, it's eventually going to be back there, but like, it's not like I can't save my scripts and just reinstall auto hotkey whenever I need. It's such a lightweight little program, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, and I can still save all my scripts. So, I still have my leveling script for balloons. It's farming deflation infernal, or infernal deflation. I wish we'd be able to say this about DE, you and I both. You and I both. Like, I ain't trying to cheat no system, I'm just trying to have an environment that makes sense for everybody. Yeah, they love the fact that they have modding in their game and everything like that. It's a newer thing for them. They're getting used to it and how to operate with it, but they're extremely excited about it, and they've loved to do it since they've done the introduction of it. And that includes things like allowing scripting and all of that type of stuff, but they have it set under a very set guidelines. And I'm just trying to have the full details of that, but they're being very transparent about what those details are. And it makes me very happy. Because I want to be able to show y'all and like give y'all scripts and everything, show off mods and all that type of stuff. I want to be able to show off the game and all that. And I also want to do my own like world, you know, like as far as I can go endless run, because there's no boards for the game, so it's kind of hard to find what the world record is. But I think it's like 500 or 600 or something like that for balloons. Is night and day, yeah. Yeah. Do a survival with a vault that has Vazarin, because I like to be able to pause. I have to pause for my medical conditions. For details on that, description down below. Can you name yourself Protein Shaker? I don't foresee a reason why they wouldn't allow Protein Shaker for a name. Nothing's really offensive there. I like the play on words to Protea, though. I like that. Get my approval on that end. But I would, you know, I would say message DE and see what they say, but they're so inconsistent. Some CSRs, customer service representatives, will tell you to that you can use VPNs, and then other ones will tell you you can't. You'll have other ones that tell you you can use macros, and then ones that tell you you can't. You'll have the same one that'll tell you you can use you can't use macros, and then if you word it properly later on down in the conversation, they'll tell you that you can use the macros you were using. So, yeah, that's customer service for you. Do enjoy Vault for it's for my very, very long runs. It's the safest bet because it gives me the best scaling damage. His shield with the extra crit damage, because I usually run frames, or I usually run crit builds. It gives me the highest overall scaling damage I can to my loadout. So. But, like, it all depends on really how you play at the end of the day. Protea is phenomenal. Nidus is fucking amazing. Like, if you can survive without the damage bonus and all of that and the absorption, there's much better options out there. Citrine's a phenomenal specter too. There's many, many better options. This is just a nice, secure option. It's a safe one. Definitely not the best. You also get a free status by getting electric for free with Vault Shield and everything, so there's a lot of benefits to it, but there's much better options that you can use out nowadays with other frames and all that. If you want, you can type in Warframe Spectres Wiki, and then there's an entire Wiki page dedicated to all of the like abilities that they cast and roughly around the circumstances to make them cast those abilities, and also how frequently they will cast under those circumstances. So that can greatly help you. I use that a lot personally. And of course it is the wiki, so it isn't actually stats provided by DE themselves, but they're at least a good figurehead. Those people, even though they don't always get their information correct, they're out there doing God's work at the end of the day. You know, because it's a straight volunteer movement, more or less. Oh, there's... On your right hand? No, I have all my fingers, man. I don't have good mobility in my wrist. I use my what's it called? My pinky and my ring finger to move left, and when I want to move right, I use my thumb. That may be where you're getting that misunderstanding from when I was explaining that. You give us a thumbs up. Give us a thumbs up. I give you a Fonzie. How's that sound? Oh shit, that would kill him. That was good. You saw something? Oh, it's all good, man. It's all good. It's the angling. I see what you mean. It actually looks like I'm missing these two fingers. I see what you mean there. No, man, it actually legitimately looks like that. I know. It's how I hold my mouse. That's a fair assessment. That's a fair assessment. That is a fair assessment. Wake up the baby. He's doing a level cap run with Lanka. Wake up the baby. No, let the baby sleep. Let the baby sleep. What are you doing to that baby? Leave that baby alone. Oh. Oh, we gotta hit 3 hours, then we get a break. We gotta hit 3 hours. We're almost there. My hand is really screaming for the break right now, but I am determined. Zenny Star. Ugh. Oh. Okay. Oh. Actually, let's just say zoomed in here. I could shoot if I need. Get 'em, boys. Do the thing with the thing. Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. Do the thing with all the things. Well, I sit back here. Oh. Rest my hands for a moment. It's at least a little bit less actions per minute, which is all that matters to me. It's the most important thing. It's slightly less actions per minute. Just so fast you broke. Oh, good. That's good. That means you cut all the damn cookies in the world, man. You cut the shit up out of those cookies. Alright, O2 is being finicky. Let's kill things. It's still the baseline Spectre, so that's kind of life. It'd do a little bit more damage otherwise. No, it isn't because it clicks so fast. Oh. Oh, so you're that employee that just looks like they're doing their job but isn't doing their job. No, I got you. That's cool. Alright. That's cool. Just ruining my cookies on me. Cutting them all weird and uneven and everything. What is this? It's gonna tear when we're trying to like package it. Oh man, this is gonna be horrendous. I don't even know what we're gonna do about this anymore. This is too much. This is too much. What's good, Maynard? How you doing? Do you mainly use a narrow hallway? I use a narrow hallway because I don't want to aim as much. You have a lot more options if you're good with aiming more. But if you're not, then yeah, you're kind of limited on your options. There's actually, like, if you're good with aiming, there's a lot better options in this type of situation. This stair room, kind of like what I want to call, or what I like to call it. I think it's actually the room right over out there. Let's see. Is it this room? Yeah, this room. This room right here. If you go up to this spot can be absolutely phenomenal because, let me show you here real quick. This room can be really, really good, only due to the fact that you're going to have a lot of loot underneath you. A lot of loot underneath you spawning. It's just, it's a little bit harder to keep control of the situation, but it's a phenomenal room. You can get like an easy 10,000 kills per hour in a room like that. I'm glad I had that room sitting right out there. You're also going to want to build that with enough range to cover that entire area there. Into, like, where those mobs are, I have them concentrated. So you're going to need a little, yeah, just make sure you set that range up for that accordingly. Like somewhere in like the 200%-ish range. Why is it always empty? Because they killed Eidolons by changing the dash. Nobody wants to play it anymore that were hardcore Eidolon players. Imagine getting so good at something DE nerfs the thousands of hours you spent on learning it. And imagine how you would feel after that. Would you want to keep doing the content? Probably not. Probably would never even want to teach people the content because what's the point? You get too good at it, they'll just nerf it again anyways. Well, you take care, Mr. Thick. Thank you for stopping by. The Warframe is the devs kind of built a gatekeeping a thing. Yeah, with Edelons, yeah, I would agree on that. I mean, that's not so much they did that, the community chose to do it. But I mean, that gamers will be gamers, and if they don't expect gamers to be gamers, then there's something wrong with them as developers. You create clear-cut metas and things, then what else do you expect? Like, when it's so clear-cut meta that the difference is like multiple boss kills in a single, like, given night cycle. If they didn't make Edelons night cycle based, where you had to be there at a certain time, it probably would have been a much more casual environment. But because you're wasting people's time that's limited, I think that was like the worst decision they made, was making them like they did. Like, you should just have a certain amount of charges of night cycle a night or something like that. Like, I don't know. Like, there just needs to be something different than night cycles, because that's what destroys the... outside of even the Dash. Like, it was still a thriving community, though, with the old Dash. But it's a huge problem that I've always had with Edelons. Why don't you... like, I could see that, yeah. Wait, what do you mean, like them? What do you mean? I can't say I really do them. It's been years since I've done them. I only did them on that like a handful of times at most. Oh, we got under 5 minutes. Under 5 minutes, and my hand can stop screaming for a moment in time. Oh, under 5 minutes. Under 5. You can choose which one you want, and then... Oh, yeah, no, that would be awesome. Yeah, an actual queue. Like, you just go and queue for it, and you're straight whenever you want. Yeah, no, I agree. I don't know why they haven't just adjusted yet. That's one of my big problems, is why they haven't taken the time to just do that. They already know it's a bad system. Why not just make it less inconvenient for players? I guess, like, the energized market would get mad or something. I don't know. My Energized doesn't sell for fucking 4,500 plat anymore. Alright, bro, whatever. Like, can you stop being selfish? Like, can we just make the game more enjoyable for everybody? And not just making you the most amount of plat in a game that's essentially slave labor when it comes to terms of like what you're actually farming for. Let me stop. It's not real life, bro. This is a video game. I'm talking about a video game currency. I know you're getting annoyed, but I mean, you're still gonna be making what, 1,000 plat a trade. I think you can get over it. We lost Maiming Strike being 1,000 plat a trade. Not that that makes it any better, to be honest with you. Not that it makes it any better. But I believe that something should be accessible, but its worth comes the fact that it's good. That's what I believe in. It's not easily accessible, but it's moderately accessible, but its price comes from the fact that it's just damn good. Energize is phenomenal, so it's not like it's ever going to lose its value at the end of the day fully. What's good, Troy? You're just chilling. You can dissolve arcanes right now, so Energize isn't even special anymore. Yeah, I hear you. I mean, the reason why they came out with that whole system was because the way you farm relics is so, like, none of it makes sense. Some of the I mean, the way you farm arcanes, none of it makes sense. Some of the arcanes are stupidly easy to get, and you'll have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them. Some of them are so hard to get that you're lucky even when you get your first set. Like, no, there was no consistency in any lines of the arcanes, not to quality or anything like that, or to value of like the player's experience in the game. Like, it just, none of this shit made sense. So they had to do something to kind of equal that out a bit more, which I'm very, very pleased that they actually acknowledged that that was an issue. They needed to do that. It was, I like where they released it too, to be honest with you. I think it really fits well with the lore. Not that I know too much about it, but gathering, looking at the area, and dealing with the unskippable cutscenes that I had to skip, or I had to deal with. I think based off of like all the lore and all that, the arcane dissolves being taken place in Whispers content actually just suits it all really well. Like, it's almost the appropriate timeline to release it. Not so much like for the player, but for the lore of the game, for it to make sense on how it was placed in. One month of active 6 times 3 for a max energize, yeah. Oh. Yeah, that's at least like, what, 3 night cycles a day? 4 night cycles? Yeah, I would agree on that. They've come out with an overall nice progression system of the game. It's just that once you hit an upper end of it, it like really peaks off to a point to where it becomes boring and you got to search for a challenge. And I'm just hoping one day that that kind of stops again. There we go. 3 hours. Oh, that's a break. Oh, I get to take an hour break. Oh my god, my hands. Oh my lord. Alright, be sure to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Give the video a thumbs up. Oh my god, my wrist is killing me. I am going to go take an hour break and rest this god-awful hand. But, like I said, give the video a thumbs up, hit the subscribe button, check down in the description below for links to my workout/motivational quote channel, my girlfriend's link tree with all of her social medias, and if you have been enjoying the music, there's a link to the Relax movement down there as well. And I cannot thank you enough for those of you that do stay around and have stayed around, and in the meantime, I'll leave you all in the graces of some of my older footage. This is of my MAG world record run that I actually currently hold right now for the world record. So definitely be sure to enjoy while I'm AFK, and we'll see you all when I come back. What's good, everybody? And I am back. I do want to thank y'all that did stay around for the break. Is that? No. Okay. And Tankin. There we go. God, I scared you? My bad. My bad. I know I'm a startling voice sometimes when it's just all of a sudden. Right. I know. Vader, I want to say something. I know this is a while ago, but you know, we got people here anyways. I saw the message. I want to thank you for stating that DE has no reason to ban me outside of some stupid policy that they have. I thank you for that. I really do. I appreciate that. It's good to know that I didn't break any rules in the game to the extent of that they have to pull that for a policy. And that's your feeling behind it. So, I really thank you for that. What's good, Faf? How you doing, homie? It's good to see you. Just waking up. Good to hear. Another day. It's always a good thing when you get to wake up. Well, so far we're looking really good. At 3 hours in, I usually won't have to extract if I'm comfortable here. We got another 20 minutes, and then we're going to be at level 3900. And we'll be under slow scaling. So that's good. It's so entertaining to watch. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. What about it makes it entertaining, if you don't mind me asking? I hope it's the fact that I don't have a hand cam and I'm not using a macro. This is so painful. I will say though, it's actually like, oh my god, it's so much better without a macro. Like pain-wise, it sucks, but play-wise, it's so much better. Oh my, like I can have a nice build, I can have the builds I want to run. Like, oh, there's so little limitations now. My fucking macro limits me all the time. Like, it's so nice. How do you think I have like almost a 40,000 hit count right now? Like, you look at my older videos and my other things, like I don't get that type of hit count this time. That's because I'm not running a macro. There's so much more control to the situation without the macro. An hour. This wasn't bad. An hour for that, and then like I extracted after like 140 minutes on the first run. That one took 2 runs to find. So, it was only like 10 minutes or something like that. I got very lucky, very lucky. So consistently, keeping mobs in front of him. That's the trigger, is having mobs within his line of sight. So if you kill things too fast, he won't cast enough. If you kill things too slow, well then you're going to run out of oxygen. So you got to really find a sweet point on your kills and how you kill. It's not even kills per hour, it is how you kill. But yeah, it can go very inconsistent very quick if you're not paying attention. They don't matter, but what they do is they increase the level of it by 1 per star. So you can get like up to 5 or 4 levels higher than whatever they spawn at with a rank 1 or whatever the enemy level is. So you can get like a 10,004 Spectre if you want it at level cap, say. So it literally does nothing. That was probably back before I played the game in the rail system, where levels mattered a little bit more. Maybe my guess though. Because that's how they were introduced, was the rail system. What's up, Mook? Or Mute, how you doing? Combining both your names together. Just woke up? Very nice. I don't know if you saw last night before you left, but we did extract. We did modify our build slightly, and took us an hour to find a room, and we're going from there now. Yeah, we were like 130 minutes in. I think when you left, we were on that run. We're getting it done. We're getting it done. I had like a sudden moment of inspiration. I was like, you know what? Oh, this actually sounds like a good idea. Let me do this. And the whole thing was I put Shattering Impact on my Zenny Star so that I could have armor reduction like I wanted with Redeemer. Now I just gotta hit a Acolyte with 4 hits of a Zenny Star, and then they have pretty much all their armor stripped off. So I can still take advantage of the corrosive benefit. So as they scale, I'll be able to mitigate those issues. You do multi-streaming? Yes, you do. I have a second PC. It's currently screaming right now, but I have one. I don't know how well I'm gonna have one after this, but it's working right now. It's working right now. This poor thing. Yeah, it's a Ryzen 3 2200G with 16 gigs of DDR3 RAM and a 1050 Ti. So, yeah. They don't even sell the CPU anymore, to my knowledge. Like, you have to buy it secondhand. And, well, the GPU, obviously, you have to buy that secondhand. And DDR3 RAM is kind of hard to obtain. So, yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's there. It's there. It's definitely there. It is definitely there. And before it being a host PC, it was a gaming PC. I didn't build it to be a host PC. It was originally a gaming PC. So it's got hours on it too from gaming. It's a I think it's around 6 years old. I think it's how old that PC is. I think it's about 6 years old now. It's got thousands of hours put on it. It has got thousands of hours. Oh, he fell down? Oh, the Acolyte? Yeah, they just do that. They come in, they say hi, and then they leave. They're really polite. They missed me, like, being in here. So they just come by and be like, hey, what's up? And I'm like, yo, what's good? Yeah, nothing. Yeah, just chilling. They're like, alright, sounds good. I'll see you later. They love me. They really love me. Oh, thank you. That line of sight was fierce. There we go, we're almost at 42,000. And our 6 times combo. Looking beautiful. Still on the minimum zoom. Still on the minimum zoom. Haven't even increased our crit chance more. Once we zoom all the way in, we're like, it's always red crits. It's always red crits. Like right now, it's like orange to red. Big old mighty slash ticks. There we go. Made 10 years before they died proper. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm proud of the PC. I'm proud of it. Yeah, this is a sad thing. This is a sad thing. Wish they came out with an Android version of Warframe. So that we could have the faith back into Warframe. Did I just miss? Jesus, did I miss? Just right by his head. Uh, kind of feel like I should zoom. I don't know, oxygen's still looking good. No reason to worry about it. We'll take the multiplier as we can. If like O2 gets sketchy, we'll just zoom in more. Do more damage. What happened? But it works for an hour after it dies. It's just clinging on for life right now. Don't upset it too much, man. It might just explode. Just because it works doesn't mean you need to keep testing it. It's just barely there. Alright? You know, sometimes you gotta put the dog down. Because it's the humane thing to do. Their job is done. They have to... You took it out, Baker. Okay, good. Man's over here just like starting it up every day, looking for any sign of life. Is that a heartbeat? Oh, it is. Sometimes you gotta old yeller it. New to PC building, so you'll learn from this. It's not hard. Don't be scared. That's all I can say. There's so many tutorials online nowadays, it's like almost foolproof. When I learned PC building, there was no tutorials. You had the instruction manual. Good luck. Good luck. We're talking like 20 years ago. Oh, beautiful. Thank you. There we go. Look at all those combo points. Oh, look at all those combo points. Are we at 45? This is 43.5. Okay. Right. Oxygen a little iffy there, but we'll see where it goes. I might have went over a loot cap there. Gamer Nexus is amazing. Absolutely amazing. Yeah. Always a good source. Use milk in his liquid cooler? I'm not shocked. Linus is good. Oh yeah, yeah. Linus is a good old classic too. J2 Sense is another good one. Like they're all old legendary ones. whatever AI generated swole on Google. Truth. An hour ago. Yeah. I'm not worried about level cap though. That's irrelevant to me. But it is ridiculous that they're only level 2800 and that's like you can get the level cap like under 2 hours type deal. Or just over 2 hours. That's a bit ridiculous. Like, I wish they would maybe, like, increase the scaling based off of, like, how fast you kill mobs. So the faster you kill them, the faster they scale. I think that's a reasonable scaling factor. Your casuals still get to enjoy their game, and, like, your hardcores get their really fast scaling and survival. It'd probably bring about a lot more survival builds. What's the slowest scaling mode? Is it index? Well, I don't even know how index scales. I haven't done past like 7 and mid change points. Like 750 or 760. But that was pretty slow, yeah. That was really slow actually. Yeah, that was pretty damn slow. Because it was all based off of you racking in points. Yeah, that one was pretty painful. I remember that. I want to do a 1200 rotation index run one day though. For anyone wondering why 1200, that's 100 hours in a survival, like rotational rewards. Unless I find out like the scaling kind of like there's no other scaling that exists in there and there's like everything's like bleh. Then that's probably a different story. I'll probably just like sit at level cap for twice the time it took me to get to level cap, or the amount of rounds, and then like leave it at that. Oh no, I got you, bro. I know you got one shot. It's okay. Starting Spectre. Oh yeah, they're 3800 now. As you can see, around 200 minutes or 3800. So now we have 14 levels every minute up to the level cap point, which will be 8.5 hours. That's good. We got slow scaling. Yeah, I'm happy about that. Yeah, we gotta make sure the vault was still alive. Can't allow him to die. Can't allow him to die. He's the level 124 vault. He's like the rescue target at this point. It's my little game. I like to see how long I can keep the baseline Spectre alive for. My little game. It's my little challenge inside of the challenge. I always like doing it. I feel rewarded the longer I can do it, I guess you could say. It's like, okay, cool. That means I'm getting better. Because it is a clear way to know if you're getting better or not at the end of the day. These things are one shot, pretty much. 2 shot, I guess we'll say. At this level compared to that. He needed a recharge. Yeah, everybody needs to rest for a moment. I don't blame him. We have an awkward mag bubble, so I'm gonna go ahead and reset that. Oh, I didn't think it was within range. Minus zoom tricked me there. I think we should zoom once. I kind of got hairy. Maybe we'll zoom once. Yeah, there we go. Oh, Vaulty boy. Get back to your post. Get back to your post. No, don't do this to me. Come on. Come here. Come here. Okay, you're almost there. Come back here. Oh, we did it. For non-Warframe games? No, I just do it on one channel. I wouldn't make a second channel for it. I already tried making a second channel for build videos and stuff like that, like short form content, non-live streams, and I just didn't like it. Baker variety. Yeah. $47K. Oh, that is a beautiful multiplier. Jesus. Oh, we ran out of ammo. I was just shooting. All I know is I was just shooting. I play mag. I don't need to aim. Do I have a Discord server? Not currently, no. I want to make sure I'm able to dedicate time to being able to be there properly for it if I'm going to have one of those. I reactivated my Twitter. I don't know. That's what I got for you, unfortunately. X, Twitter? I don't know. X, we'll call it. I don't know. I'm old. It's the names changed, but it's all the same. Almost 50,000. Almost, we're getting close to 49, I should say. Working our way to 49. That is just, oh. Oh. Wow. That's good. There we go, 49. At this point, it's definitely just slash ticks killing him, which is good. It's going to give us a lot more combo points then. Uh-oh. Gotta keep the Spectre alive. I mean, not really too much worried about it. I do have 600 I brought. I brought a lot of Spectres. Yes, they're all the same. At least I think they are. I hope they are. If they're not, there may be some issues down the line. If I have to actually resort to other ones. Which I highly doubt will happen. You're the 100th like? Well, thank you for being my 100th like back then. Or back when it happened. And if you haven't hit the thumbs up button, you know, like there's that button there, color it in, make it look all pretty for me. The algorithm likes when you color in the boxes. So, could you do that, please? And then you can look back at it and be like, I did that. I looked at it, and I did that. You do it again? No, just you color it in once. Color it in once. That's all you need to do. Stare? Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, no. He's staring at me. Oh, they're already hovering. Okay, good, they stopped hovering. There we go. Makes you want to do survival again. I could see that. You don't get banned? Yeah, I hope so too. I hope so too. I hope even though they didn't say anything of the sort, I hope that they are working to make the system better in the background and just didn't want to admit to it. That's what I hope. We will find out though. We will find out. Not much I can say. We'll definitely find out. If I beat my survival world record, well, hopefully not carpal tunnel. And probably a 2035 and a blacklist on the game forever. I mean, like, it's very highly cherished rewards, but yeah. Yeah, carpal tunnel. A new level of endurance run called Warframe Customer Support as an endurance runner. Yeah. You think the endurance run is the endurance part of it. Now, the reason why it's called endurance is you're trying to endure the customer support. How much time do you need to beat it? My world record's 95 hours, 28 minutes right now. So that's what I'm... Yeah. That's where we're at. Oh, nice. Yeah, we're gonna be here for a while. You haven't missed any. This is just the very shavings of the beginning. Actually recommended the streams, so that's good. Isn't that like a week? I don't know. It's enough. You like to watch endurance runs? Oh, well, I'm glad you were able to catch it live. I'm gonna summon New Spectre. As much as I would like the challenge. I want to rest my hand for a moment. An inspector at that level is not going to do that, or allow me to do such things. Did I just crash? Okay, I didn't. Alright, well that's not the greatest sign, but we'll go with it because it's normal at the same time. That happens. Alright, let's get ourselves adjusted here. We got the aerial guys now. If you're wondering why I'm not pausing, I'm gonna be in here for a long time. I ain't doing that. A disruption? No, I've attempted for it, but it just hurt my wrist too much for me to want to do it. Same with Cascade. Just a lot of pain. Didn't want to do it. Not worth the pain associated. I'm impressed when I see people do level caps and Cascade and Disruption, to be completely honest with you. This stuff impresses me. Like a good level cap and stuff like that, where they just like never die and everything. That shit's impressive. Or they complete it really insanely fast. Like, god, that's so impressive. I got carpal tunnel, Raynaud's, and a bunch of other things wrong with my arm. If you go to my fitness channel, there's a why I started video that goes into detail of all my disabilities. But I'm disabled trying to replace disability. Yeah, I don't make it the forefront of my channel, so it's alright not knowing. This is a gaming channel, it's not be reminded Baker's disabled channel. So I have a video on my other channel there, just to help make explaining that whole thing a little bit easier. Yeah, it is a lot of movement. It is. I used to play an active playstyle and everything, but not so much anymore. I don't have good wrist mobility. I play at 6400 DPI, so because of how bad my wrist mobility is. Like, if you want to see me do a 360 here, this is it. As you can see, you see how many times we rotate around before we get to the other end of the keyboard there, or the mouse pad. And default sensitivity on the game itself. You have the same mouse, you have a G502 also. Yeah, I don't blame you. I've been using the mouse forever. I got that, I got this one here. This is the newest generation one. This is the generation before, and then I have in another drawer what's it called? The very first generation of the G502. 2400. 2400 is comfortable if you don't have any problems. Especially for Warframe. I could see that. Fuck, do you have a G502 collection? Essentially. I've been using a G502 since for like a decade now. It's just really comfortable for me. The only adjustments that I've made over the years is removing weights, as my wrists have, and all that have gotten worse. But when my wrists were good, I used to have 3 fucking weights in there because I was so heavy-handed. It's what I needed to control my aim better. Sounds good, Goran. I hope you're getting ready for work goes smoothly. Viper 8K. I haven't looked into that. I've used Logitech software hardware since for over 20 years now in general, so your Lotus will watch you perish. Oh, she'll block me on Twitter. That's what she'll do. I think you use the Uno reverse card. That's how I feel sometimes. But at the same time, I feel like that's all a false statement. It's all a bunch of confusing things. Welcome back, Slushy. Hi, I'm back. Is this the free to... I mean, theoretically it is. On both accounts, I've never spent any money on them. Is this the non-player interaction account? No. The new one? Yeah, no, this isn't that. I didn't have the time to get the rest of the build together that I needed because that time was the time that I had for being suspended. So it was either spend like another month trying to get together on that or do this. And, it's just not logical to spend another month doing it. Am I going to still be doing something with that account so I can make a walkthrough guide for things? Yeah, of course. But, yeah. No, this is my main account. This was the run that I had in my B-roll footage for my world record, my history video. This was that build. The mag Lanka in the Corpus mission. That's what this was. Do one with Stradivar? I don't know if I can go that far. I can do a run with Stradivar, yeah, but I mean, if we're talking like a run like this, no. I don't foresee that going that far. Just remember to take breaks. Oh yeah, I do. Every 2 hours I rest for an hour. Every 2 hours I rest for an hour until I'm tired, and then I'm gonna be going to bed. I will say, don't expect this stream to be longer than what I planned for my other ones to be, just because my account suspension happened a bit later than I wanted it to happen in the way of like its release. I was hoping around 10 a.m. my time. It ended up coming up around like 3 p.m. my time. So, yeah. Oh, they never perma-banned me. I was temp banned. Faff. Yeah. It was just the 18th I was temp banned till. I have the threat of a perma-ban. The threat. And that's what I'm sitting here doing this hand cam with. R4 and all that, is to prove like you need to get off my ass. You need to start looking at player evidence from all players in the game and realize that you might actually be doing a lot of false flags unknowingly. It's fine if that's the reality and this is what it took for you to see it. That's fine. But you know what, you just need to see it. It's fine if that's the case. It took you this long to see it. It's fine. Like, I understand people be dense. All right, whatever. I don't care. I'm not here to have a like what right thing or whatever. I just want it fixed. That's it. I don't give a shit. It's been long enough. Been enough years. No one's ever done something like this at the end of the day when it comes to these types of runs. It's the one key difference. No one's ever run a hand cam, guaranteed no macro, and just fucking did it. Maybe it's the one thing that'll help them change. Maybe it'll get the attention of whoever's enforcing these to keep happening over like all these years since like what, 2015? You know, to like get the attention of them enough to be like, oh, this is real. You can't just do this stuff. Oh, we really are being stupid. This guy's been sitting here talking with his chat the whole time while he does it and everything. Oh, I guess we are being dumb. Yeah, I'm using shards. I'll have a loadout video after the run and everything. Full loadout video. Go over every single aspect of the build and everything that I use and why I use it. There was a question in there. How is my Lanka so powerful? Probably just due to the fact that I have a lot of experience with Mag and Lanka and I know how to build it. You want me to be honest. Mag Lanka was the very first combo I used when I started learning her. And I took it to level 6700 back in the old EHP days, which would be well past level cap. Level cap nowadays is like level 250 to 300 back then. So to take it to 6600 is essentially like taking it to, you know, level 30-40,000 nowadays. at a minimal level, like the way the game is now from where it was is so vastly different that if you learned how to play on that old system at the old high levels of level cap and everything, this new one is just a joke and a playground for you. But it takes of experiencing that, because there's no way to replicate that amount of like damage that you had to do back then, especially with the lack of systems. We didn't have any arcanes for our primaries or secondaries. We didn't have any galvanized mods. We didn't have combat discipline to proc Avenger or anything like that. He was destroying the star chart. Yeah, it's a phenomenal weapon. I'm trying to fight, not taking a break, but my hands are starting to hurt. We've been going for a little bit here. We're at 10 hours, 20 minutes in the total stream time, so I'm not surprised my hands are starting to hurt a bit, a little earlier than I would like them to. We'll try to do this a bit. Just try to do that. I don't want to pause. I have my set timer. I have everything set out to a perfect how long I need to run for every break and all of that. Like, I have it all planned out and all that noise. So I'm really trying to stick with that. That's why I brought the Zenny Star. It was for this right here. This is why the Zenny Star is here. It's for this exact situation. I already knew this was going to happen. And I was like, how am I going to get around that? Well, Zenny Star works great for it. So I can rest my hands a bit. It's not a full-time rest thing. A lot of like the, as you can see, like some of the what's it called, Eximus mobs, especially like the guys actually with armor and all that, can make it through and it can create an issue. But it's not a permanent solution. Plus it also screws up Acolyte spawning. Because these kills actually don't count towards Acolyte spawning, because Acolyte spawning is kill dependent. At least it used to not count for them anymore. I don't know if it's still, I don't know if Mag's Bubble kind of makes that a different story or not, but yeah. I remember it used to not. I don't know if Mag's Bubble creates a different situation though. Because of like that right there. That is me doing that at the end of the day. That isn't the Spectres. You don't have an injury in your foot? Not with my foot. No. I do have shrapnel in my hip, so yeah. Oh, level cap with foot? Oh, you mean like a foot pedal? Oh, hell yeah. Let's do something like that. Yeah, that's gonna hurt too, though, but we'll do that, sure, you know? Just straight foot cam, right? Just have it angled all down and everything, you know? Straight on the foot. Only big toe. Only the big toe. Because it's the important toe. That's why it's the big toe. Big toe only gaming. That'll be my new channel name. Big toe only gaming. I like it. I'll use my foot on the keyboard and mouse. Oh, that's even better. Oh, I can learn how to do that. Oh, man. I could learn how to type with just my big toe and play with just my big toe there. So it's like big toe over here. We could do it just big toe here. We could just learn how to click on the different ones and all that. So we could be big toe gaming still. Actually, I like this. I like this is you know what? You know how to draw on the views. Big toe gaming 56. Gotta have the 56 at the end. You know, to make it seem like it's a popular name. Would I buy a dedicated big toe keyboard? I would write to Logitech and tell them that I need a big toe keyboard and mouse, actually, is what I would do. And I would set up a sponsorship like what Shroud has. Sponsor, exactly. My Logitech story. You love it? Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's perfect. How's the O2 looking out there? Alright, we gotta start killing. You see what I mean? Like, over time, it's not gonna work, but it's a nice little thing to do if you have your kills per hour secured, which is why I spent as long as time as I did trying to find the right room. Is so that I could have moments like this without having to pause. It's not a replacement for playing the game in any slightest way, but it does help. It does help. You need to rest your hands. You like chill streams like this? I'm glad. That's the vibe we like to go for here, is chill. We ain't about getting crazy around here. People have their streams they do that on, that's their stuff, and I'm glad they have their content and they have the audience that loves it. But it ain't mine. Yeah, it does decay. Or it can decay. Here. If you miss a shot, as you can see, if you don't hit anything, you can lose stacks. And also, if I don't do anything, you'll notice it'll naturally decay. So it's not by much, but it does naturally decay. It's like 1 every 6 seconds or something like that. 12 seconds, I think, is Lanka. No, 6 seconds. 6 seconds for Lanka and 3 seconds for every other sniper. How much do the Spectres damage do they do? Enough to keep things contained, but not enough for you to reasonably play the game. Like, let them play the game for you. Even with using O2 capsules. If you're going to use O2 capsules with them, like, you either can't do it, or you have to be so precise at using them at the right times that it's just not worth it. It becomes a whole minigame in itself trying to keep O2 up. Yeah, no, Spectres are strong, but not really strong at the same time. You can buff them correctly to do reasonably well on normal star chart stuff, but like steel path-wise, especially when it comes to acolytes, they're not good. Acolytes they're not good at all against acolytes. Normal mobs, not bad. It's not bad. If you grab like group play, you can make them pretty strong though. You can just buff the shit out of them in group play though. Back in the days before Barama had, like, when they had unlimited ammo with all their stuff, they actually were really strong. With, like, Brabano Cernos or Czar or Barama or something like that, where you didn't have to worry about ammo economy back then. They were actually really strong back then. Really strong. You could just have them kill everything for you. But they've made it a bit more difficult nowadays to replicate the overall feeling like it was back then. Like you used to be able to get them to the point to where they could one-shot acolytes. It would last until about level, or about 13 to 14 hours in, and then they would really drastically start to slow down on the kill efficiency of them. But yeah, it was ridiculous how they used to be back in the day. 56k combo. That is just an amazing amount of combo. AFK Wukong builds. They're fun. They're fun. Okay, there we go. A little bit of a break on my hands there. Alright, I'm gonna have to take a break here. I'm gonna go take my hour break early here. Don't really want to do that, but I gotta do it. 10.5 hours in, it kind of makes sense. And, well, yeah. And when we come back, I'll start up another live, I think is what we'll do. Because YouTube only records up to 12 hours. So we can get that started, because it'll be 11.5 hours by the time I come back at that rate. So it'll only be like 30 minutes of footage. It'll make sense to just start a new stream at that point. But I'll have it redirecting so y'all can lurk about and everything. So as soon as I start up that one and I end this one, it'll automatically send you to that stream, so you won't even have to worry about it. But we're going to go ahead and take a break here. Definitely be sure, if you haven't already, to subscribe to the channel, give the video a thumbs up. Check out the description down below for links to my fitness/motivational quote channel, my Twitter, also my girlfriend's Linktree with all of her social media networks, and if you have been enjoying the music, there is a link to the Relax movement down there. So definitely be sure to take a look at all of that kind of goodness while I'm AFK, and we'll see you all here when I come back. And as always, I cannot thank you enough for those of you that do stay around and have stayed around. And in the meantime, I of course will leave you all with some footage. See y'all when I come back. Alright, I hate to just randomly kind of end off on this, but yeah, we're gonna go ahead and end right now. I'll just say the drain from my head was worse than I thought it was gonna be there, so I am just gonna get myself to bed and come back in the morning. So sadly, with my head, I don't know exactly where I'm at sometimes until I go to actually drain everything. Then it's like, oh, hey, this is where we're at. Okay, cool. And then it's usually a good cue for me to stop. So it's nothing new. It's more or less what I'm saying. But yeah, I do want to thank you all for stopping around, showing all the love that you do continue to show. And I hope you all take care, stay safe, stay humble, be open, and as always, never stop searching. Peace, everybody, and we'll see you all in the next one with some more of this run.